Доброго дня ще раз.
Once more, good morning. Welcome. My name is Katerina Dut. I am the head of MRIM program. We are the company we organizing this event. Welcome to PQA3. And this is the competition of socially important content about united but diverse Ukraine. It is supported by Transformation Communications Activity that is funded by USAID with the support of the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. Today, we have a very interesting and packed schedule because 20 projects out of 36 that made it to the final will be pitching their ideas of socially important content today. It will include various genres and formats. It means that these projects that were selected are very close to the victory and have a huge chance of getting support from the USAID to make their projects come true. Today, we're going to have 3 topics. Each of the topics coincides with the themes of this year's competition. Theme number 1, I feel changes, reforming Ukraine. Theme number 3, media matters. And theme number 4, Russian language content, reconnecting across the divide. As always, you can find out more about the program on the website of our competition. I'd like to also say that yesterday we were looking at 16 projects dedicated to theme 2, Uniting Ukraine, Unity in Diversity. I would like also express the gratitude to the invited experts who will join the event today and who will be introduced by me somewhat later. In the course of the day, today we also will have a Transformation Communications Activity team with us. Could you please join us? Vera Kostenko-Kuznetsova, Deputy Head and Content Director of TCI. Hi, Vera. Alexander Klemenov, Broadcast Creative Development, TCA, and Katerina Tranolutska, Digital Projects, TCA. Morning, everybody. Probably you'd like to say something, Vera? Yes, good morning, everyone. Glad to welcome you on day 2 of our pitching. We have already covered 16 projects yesterday. It was extremely interesting and also very informative. Today, as Katerina has mentioned, we will be covering 3 themes. I'm not going to repeat them once more. Same as yesterday, we would like to draw your attention to the fact that TCA's approach to assessing is as follows. At this stage, at the final stage, we are working with Ukrainian experts to see whether their projects that are pitched coincide with the context in the country and the situation in the country. These experts will help us to evaluate it from this perspective. Also, today, theme 4 will be pitched. That is supported by UCBI in Ukraine. The project that also is supported by USAID. They have a slightly different approach in terms of assessing and evaluating projects. And experts from the Hollywood will join us, such as Adam Siegel and Josh Weinstock. So, this is what's going to happen today. I'd like to wish you all every success and would like to thank all those who participated in the competition. And once more, all the best of luck to those who will be pitching today. Thank you, Vera. Then, without any further ado, let us move on. I would like to also say something about the pitches. I'd like to remind you that please stick to the recommendations that were provided to you in advance. Each of you will have 7 minutes for your presentation and 8 minutes for the Q&A session, so 15 minutes total. Please treat your colleagues, peers with respect and stick to the time frame allotted to you. Another important thing, please write your real name in them because it will simplify the technicalities for our team and will speed up the process. Also, those who are pitching from one account, could you please move closer to your device and speak louder? because then we will be able to see and hear you much better. I'd like to wish everybody a fruitful and interesting day and all the best to the finalists. So let us get started with the first theme. The first theme is I Feel Change, Reforming Ukraine. Now, I'd like to say that Vitaly Rudenki will join us, the analyst, professor at Ukrainian Catholic University, working with TCA. Vitaly, morning, are you with us? Also, somewhat later, Anna Suchodolska will also join us, and the head of communications in UNICEF Ukraine, and Victoria Holtai, advisor for communication of US aid support to agri-development project. So I suggest we get started, and I'd like to give the floor to the representatives of the first project, Yellow Sneakers Project.
Будь ласка, доєднуйтесь. Юлія та Роман, ми чекаємо вас.
So please join Yulia and Roman. We are waiting for you. Hello. Good morning. Yes, hello. I do remind you, you've got 7 minutes. We can see you, we can hear you. So your time is clicking. So this is the Yellow Sneakers Project. My name is Yulia Borisko. I'm the hostess and the author, the journalist. This Roman Vybranovsky, our producer. So what we are trying to do after the 20 years of career on the TV, I know precisely what this country needs. Those are the changes of the attention focus from the negative to positive, from the risks to opportunities. This is how our pilot looked like. We analyzed the 2020 and found some positive moments, and also we added to the interviews of the people who were capable and coped with some relevant problems. These were the people who used American business and experience. They didn't only save their business but expanded it. What changed after the doctoring? Lots of the things have changed, and for the better. We decided to focus on the reforms. We have a very precise structure now in all of the issues, and now we understood finally the plan of the preparation work. Why do we need PQA? Because why we are needed by PQA? Because we'll do it brightly and easily, and it will keep the viewers from the beginning till the end. We have everything for that, the super team and the style. How we can do that? So besides the experts and the guest, who will be definitely in our program, I decided to conduct, for instance, the supervisor, a person who in each program will be the first viewer, the person who doesn't know the topic at all, who is going to the interviews together with me, and in the end of a program needs to say to the show whether he or she understood anything or did not understand anything. He or she can pose the questions, and if this person understood what's happening, then all of our viewers can understand. We would like to make it sure that, for instance, the topic of digitalization is totally comprehensible, and we'll try to involve an older lady who will teach how she can pay for communal services without leaving her apartment or to buy the tickets. Let's speak about the topics first. Those are the topics. Here you can see that we are within the reform, the medical reform, the healthcare reform. Here we have education. Here we have the topic of farmers. Yes, the land reform, court reform, and deregulation. Those are the topics which we approved at our meetings and after the doctoring session. And I would like to show you how the plan of the show looks like. For instance, let's look at the program about inoculation. The announcement, we mentioned the main topics, some of the main information. We get acquainted with the supervisor. In this topic, we'll have a 6-year-old child as a supervisor. So I decided to use the phrase by Einstein, who said that if you cannot explain anything to the 6-year-old child, then you don't understand it yourself. So we'll try to explain the topic of vaccination to the supervisor, a 6-year-old child who will come to me to the shooting. Then we'll have the infographics or the animation. This way we'll show it in each of the show's issues, and we'll try to explain to the people how this information should be shown in the animation. It should be fun, as we had a breakthrough last year, the medical one, which may named RNA vaccine. In this animation, we will explain about RNA and DNA for people not to totally confuse it, because to find this school material, I spent the whole day to create the idea of this animation. Then I'd like to use the idea of analyzing the news for the positive in them. In the world where everything is so dynamically changing, sometimes we can find nice things in the bad things. So we'll look at the top news during the last period, and we will show the nice implications, consequences of those good news, and then we'll add some comments which will approve them. This will be just a short block, up to 2 minutes, not more. Then we are coming back to our main topic, which is vaccination. We are providing the expert who is telling us what's good, what's bad, and what we need to work on. And in this way, we are achieving our protagonist. This is the expanded interview where, as you remember, we have a little child in this case, and after this interview the child tells what he or she understood, and maybe we can explain something additionally together with our protagonist, and we say goodbye. So we have, well, this is the round of applause after the curtain in our case. So why do we think it's so important from the perspective of the reform communication? In our application, we referenced onto the research which was done by the democracy initiatives in summer. We found out that the audience definitely needs the highlighting of the positive changes in the world, needs analysis and explanation of the economic situation and highlighting of the reforms. But in the same reforms, people said that they're not watching the TV shows with the explanation of the topic and scientific popular materials. They first try to find something interesting, then the information about the reform, and then anything. As a consequence, we can see this is the data of the research which was done by our colleagues of Engage, as far as I understand, USAID project as well. Only 1% of the people said that they feel positive consequences of the reforms. 23% both positive and negative, and 28% of the people said that they felt only negative consequences of the reform. 42% didn't feel a single implication at all. Those who analyze the statistics, they know that it's not true. There is some positive, but you need to show it in an interesting way and in a bright way. But for that, we don't need only a talented and charismatic host or hostess and the bright and nice high-quality structure, but we need to think through the structure. We need to communicate with the people beforehand to do what the journalists don't have time to do, to think, to make some advices, to look, to communicate. That is why we paid lots of time in our project for the research and discussion beforehand. During our last half of the minute, I will tell what we added to the distribution channels. We used to have just YouTube as the basic platform, and Facebook as an auxiliary platform, and Instagram, which generates traffic there. We also added partnership with the website of Obozrivatel. They agreed to work with us and to use the materials. It's one of the biggest websites as for the coverage. And we also have support from the National Association of the broadcasters. This is the oldest network. They will take the Yellow Sneakers project, which the National Association of Broadcasters has created it specially for us. And that's it from us. Perfect. That's a perfect timing. Thank you so much. Vitaly, Vera, Alex. Hello. Good day. As I've been present at your doctoring session, I will begin and I will thank you because I could see incredible changes and rather pleasant ones. I can just feel how you heard the doctor, the script doctor, and you introduced that into your presentation. Thank you so much. It was pleasant to see the topics very clear and precise, which can be associated with the topics of the competition. An interesting solution in the structure of the episode. So I wanted to ask you more about the audience. What do you think? As for the support which you consider and rely upon from our project, what will be the average number of the views? Let's take just YouTube as a channel. What would be an approximate number of views of one episode, for instance? We're expecting approximately 50,000 views, maybe 100,000, but we can't guarantee that for 100%. If someone says that he or she knows that for sure, it's not true. So to increase it, of course, we're interested to increase it, not just because we want to tell about this story, but we could like to totally promote a new media in this country, which would use in this way, with the support of the people, with the support of the organizations who would like to promote what we have in our country. Our cooperation with Obozrevatelь website, in fact, is created to expand the audience, because they won't just take our content. Obozrevatelь website has much better text contents. The editor's columns, which have 100,000 views, and I know that for sure because we have been working before. And the main task is to make the biggest number of viewers in YouTube, because YouTube has the lowest amount of important information. And everybody is just experimenting with it, how it should be done, how we should create the projects which will be viewed. So that is why we have the figures, the target figures, 50 to 100,000, and it would be nice, but we do hope to increase them. Thank you, dear colleagues. Would you please tell? You've mentioned as an example one of the stories how you train an older lady to pay for the communal services online without leaving her apartment. Which of the platforms where you foresee to show this content you're expecting that granny to see your advice? Well, look, in fact, it's only an idea. We didn't search for this grandmother. It could be a grandfather. So I just showed how simple should be our approach. To make it not too elaborate, we will search for a person who does not understand that at all. So we'll find the person, and in the process of the communication with him or her, we will see what can be done with it. Obviously, it won't be the person who we just catch in the middle of the street. This would be the person who has the readiness for cooperate, who has an opportunity to watch our shows, who has a nice smartphone which allows to do that, but is just afraid to try because the children are busy all the time and not living together. The grandchildren are somewhere far from her or him. We'll find the person and we'll explain it. And if we explain it, everybody will understand it with a simple language. As for the platforms, Yulia's grandmother has watched the pilot on YouTube because we showed it at on the computer. So we tried to achieve them through the children, through the grandchildren, and the National Association of the Broadcasters. This is the TV, which is still at the usual TV channels, local TV channels, has access to older audience. There are lots of people who are aged like our parents who are not afraid to try. We know the person who is just still afraid but interested, but we would like to make him or her stop being afraid. But this is a proper question, because the information from the social networks is mostly read by the young people. But still, people up to 45 years old is still the audience of the social media. What's the life cycle of one episode? Because the main topic is mentioned as a very long-term one, but you would like to introduce some of the latest news. So that's why it's interesting for me. That in half of the year, how will it exist? It was my conflict with the previous work. I could see that the world is not that negative as we show it in the news, and I felt that my mission is to find the bright side and to show that sometimes something bad can lead to something nice. So internally, I'm faithful to this topic. It will be very nice to highlight the reforms, believe me, but I would like to still have this little block. Those will be the news with the continuation. For instance, not only the events which were over, we will show how the negative leads to the positive. This will be a tiny block, just a minute and a half, and a short comment of the person who will approve this piece of news. It will not take much of time. This topic of the reforms will be long playing. It can be watched months after the episode has been shown. And the video on demand is nice because you can just rewind those 2 or 3 minutes. Moreover, in YouTube, you can totally describe the chapters. So you can just rewind to the next story with the mouse, and the stories which have the longer period, because I think that our, for instance, topics which are broader than the protagonists, will be relevant for more than a year. I'm dealing with the reforms communication for 6 years, and not that many topics have changed. We still have something to speak about. So they will become the basics for the additional footage and materials. We'll have lots of additional caption videos, short videos, short infographics, which will be also used in the social media. They have a long life cycle. Thank you. I got the answers to the questions which I had, but thank you so much that you're developing Ukrainian YouTube. It seems to me this is the period when it is just beginning its way, so it's inspiring. Thank you. We're going to make the whole story of it, which will include lots of projects. I'm sure that such projects as P2A will allow to launch this movement, and the last year breakthrough showed it, and it will be the real movement which won't be centralized. Those are the best stories. We don't have something central, like someone said how it should be. We can explain what the reform is, we can find out the information, but still with a huge number of big and talented people, this is how we can change something in this system. We name it the mosquito way. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues, Roman, Yulia. We are coming to the next project of ours. So we do invite the participants of the new kind of family project. Good day. Hello. Dmitro, Natalia, you're all together again. Yes, we are. My name is Dmitro Menzanov. I'm working with the company of Christie Films, and we have the author of the idea and the scriptwriter Natalka and the film director Dmitro Loktionov with me. As for Dmitro, we are working with him for lots of years. And with the cinema company of Star Media, we have already done several really nice TV shows and series which are very successful, and they have been created, some of them have been created with the use of the international European and British formats, which we adapted together with Metro, and also among them we have it's a very famous comedy, the adaptation which we have created for the TV show of Wilfred with Elijah Wood. It had the name of Charlie in our circumstances. It's the comedy. So we have a huge experience of the work with the comedy format. As for our project, first of all, I give the floor to our scriptwriter Natalka. Hello, everybody. So I'd like to tell in a nutshell about the project. We have 8 episodes. It's a sitcom. It's a dramedy about the Ukrainian family with the grandparents, with the children, the Sivkor family, with mother and the father. They are in different situations and they are together trying to solve different problems. Those are different topics, from the security to the reforms and the healthcare reform. They are all together and we understand that it's really cool. And from the episode to the episode, through different situations, through the problems, we are achieving the idea that the changes are possible, that it's cool, and if you unite, if you know the information, if you use it, then the solutions are unavoidable. I would like to speak about the topic. Or maybe... Okay, the first episode, this is the pilot which we worked with Adam Siegel together. It really worked us and he offered to create the family of the adopted girl and the older guy, the grandpa. I like the story which were rather personal at the doctoring session. They were impressing and they're really touchy. So we decided to achieve this main idea that we need to unite for the sake of the victory, for the aim. And love can unite, the love of the family and the experience of the older people and the new generation. Episode 2 is about fakes and digital security. This is where children can help. In the third episode, we have a bit of a healthcare reform, what was mentioned about the grandma. Then we have the problems of animal shelters, when the family can solve it whatever they can with different ways. The diversity of nationalities, this is the problem which was in Ukraine. The diversity of different nationalities sometimes is not well perceived. This episode is very funny when Mykola is trying to solve the problem of the pits which are created by the vehicles closer to the house. So the letters are written to relevant government agencies, and this is the story from the life when the person just did not only fight but wrote the letter. Natalia, I do apologize interrupting you. Could you be a bit closer to the microphone? So in episode 7 we have the migration topic. Lots of young people would like to migrate, but our characters of this episode are staying because they would like to be the doctors in Ukraine and to treat people here. And the last episode is about the traditions, when the grandpa wanted to have an Olivier salad, but they finally understand that it's not about the salad but about unity. What else I'd like to add? We'd like to raise really deep topics through the easy genre of sitcom, and our references are, let me find it, here they are. This is Elf and The Simpsons and All in the Family and Modern Family. Should I add anything? Is that it from you? That's it? Well, we can answer the questions. Okay, let's move to the Q&A session. Well, yes, I spoke about the doctoring, but thank you again for the doctoring. It was really useful for me because we totally changed the first episode, and I really liked what was the end of the day. We have a very huge target audience because we have a big family which begins with an older generation of grandparents who have a huge family on their own, grandchildren, and from episode to episode we, through the humor, with the help of the humor, we constantly raise really important social topics. We show the ways how to solve them, that everything is possible if we unite, and we need to deal to help each other. Okay, thank you so much. Vitaly is with us already. Vera, Alex, please join us. Hello. I'd like to thank that you raised such an important topic, especially for our country, because it seems to me that our country is the country of the majority for the minority. So because the ability and the understanding of each other is critical for our survival. When I read your synopsis, I had such an impression that you take all of the topics and you coming through the topics of Roma people, lesbians, all the irritating topics which totally separate our society. Have you tried to test it on your audience? Is it tolerant enough and capable to totally understand it in this concentrated way? When we consulted with Adam out of the researchers how the Ukrainian audience is perceiving these topics, and then we need to find it with the humor for it not to be some kind of propaganda, because our viewers don't like it. It needs to be done easily, in a light way, not just with how it should be, but this is just a solution. You can use it, you can make fun of it, you may say that you won't do it, you can find some prototype of your acquaintance, because there are some people who say, oh yes, I have the same situation, my son is doing the same, my son wants to migrate, my grandmother says I don't want to vaccinate, my mom says I don't want to inoculate because I don't want what they use as a shot, because we have some of the familiar references. And my life example is here. Yes, about the episode 1, where we have the topic of coming out. That this homophobia is mostly done because of the fear. And if I would like to have grandchildren and some husband for my daughter, but when we can solve this issue through love, we can just understand this he is worried what will happen with the little girl, and then everything will be solved. Okay, thank you. It's a very important project for the audience to be able to understand it, for it to be more expanded and wider. Thank you for the question. Hello. Why did you apply for the topic, I feel changes reforming Ukraine, not using the topic of unity and diversity? Well, because those are the changes. This is where we're speaking about the reforms. It's important for me, and I was working in the NGOs a lot, where we worked on the changes on the human rights. And those changes were felt after several years of work. And we know, for instance, I know the German experience, where in 3 years they overcame lots of issues thanks to the TV. They had stigma, they made it normal through the advertisement, TV and TV shows. The society grew and reformed through those mass products. I consider that it's really a cool tool to change our society. That's about the reform. The legislation topic is raised by us as well, but through the reforms of the mindset, which is rather important. Thank you. You're submitting the application for the funding of the development and the production of the pilot episode. It's a bit too early to speak about a possible TV channel which would be interested in this kind of content, but as of your opinion, what do you consider? Which TV channel theoretically, hypothetically could be interested? Whom would you apply with such? Yes, we are conducting negotiations with several TV channels which more or less are interested in this format, in this project, but as of today, for 100%, I cannot guarantee that, because everybody is interested to look at our episode, pilot episode, and as of today, we have certain deals with our partners, the company of Star Media, that they, at our Star Media TV channel, they're ready to show this pilot episode. Thank you. And to promote it as well. To promote our show. You've got 2 minutes left, right? So I will pose my question. The topic of the reforms, and Alexander was saying that this is uniting. Well, it seems to me that you unite all the 3 topics: media matters and dire reform. The reforms are there, and unity is in the last episode. I'm interested most of all in the topic of reforms, as this is a complicated construction. And to explain it properly with the simpler words, first of all, we need to totally find it out. Do you have the experts who would you work with, who would help you from the proper side to show the changes which are ongoing? I have the experts on digital security. This is my friend There we have the LGBT expert, and I'm the expert on this topic. There are experts of the social services. There are organizations which deal with Roma issues. We have a big pool of experts. When I wrote it, I consulted with them, with those people. Got it. Thank you. I've been working with the NGOs for the long time with the changes and reforms. So I have a big pool of friends and acquaintances with whom we collaborated with lots of topics. Thank you. I guess we're out of questions. Okay, thank you so much, dear experts. Thank you, dear participants. Dmitro, and Natalia. See you soon. Thank you. Have a good day. Goodbye. Goodbye. Have a good day. Okay. So we're coming to the next project, which has the name Yasya Knows Best.
Sergey, morning. We can both hear and see you well. Well, at least we definitely can see you. Hi. Oh, we can also hear you. Can I please share my screen? Okay, please get started. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to tell about the idea of our web series. And our web series is called Yasya Knows Best. It is a comedy, but at the same time, it is an educative web series. In a nutshell, 12 episodes, each 90 seconds long, distribution on YouTube. So the idea is to debunk common medical myths that are related to the medical reform. And lately we've had lots of such myths. There are lots of people resistant to medical reform who are creating various myths, and we want to debunk those myths. This is the first objective, and the second one is debunking myths and stereotypes that have to do with healthcare that people in Ukraine believe in so much. How are we going to do that? What is this project about? Talking about the log line, we have a district hospital located in a province where we have Pilit Antonovich, a doctor, and everything is happening in his office. He has a nurse working by his side who is the protagonist of this web series. And there is a third character, patient Valera, who keeps finding various diseases and illnesses. Pilit Antonovich, a family doctor, who likes non-traditional approaches in healthcare. So he better tells his patient to sit over the pot with cooked potatoes so that he can smell in the steam coming out of it rather than taking medicine. And Valera is the taxi driver, a very stereotypic character who believes that the pandemic has happened because of 5G towers, that Bill Gates is the one to blame for all of it. When doing the X-rays, he started losing his hair. And the only decent person here is the nurse Yasya, who believes in healthcare, medicine, and tries to debunk all of the myths coming out of Valera's and Pilit Antonovich's mouth. And these characters are taken from real life. Pilit Antonovich is actually someone who is inspired by my former family doctor, who told me that you better not get your X-rays done every year because there is too much danger in it. So this character is inspired by him. Why a taxi driver? Because taxi drivers, well, probably everybody who used taxi, who often used taxi, especially when the pandemic broke out, when the lockdown was imposed, taxis taxi drivers were simply people who were spreading lots of various myths surrounding the pandemic, and I believe that this is the best choice. And the structure of the episodes is as follows. We have a vertical web series. Every episode has a proper closure, so the topic is fully revealed in every separate episode. It starts with the taxi driver coming every time with a new myth, and every single time Yasya, the nurse, is debunking the stereotypes that the taxi driver and the family doctor have. Audience. A very important thing is that the audience is youth living in province, in small towns, villages, those who potentially can become a patient of such doctors and such hospitals that will be depicted in our web series. It is very important for our audience to see something similar in our characters that makes them similar to the doctors that they go to, or maybe they're something similar to their friends who are the patients. No. Regarding the distribution, it will be distributed using social media, Shotam, which I am the editor-in-chief, and which was created thanks to UCPI support, which we're incredibly grateful for. We have almost 300,000 followers on social media. Additionally, we have agreed with 2 regional channels who already are waiting for the web series that they can broadcast to regional TV channels in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblasts, respectively. Why did we choose web series, 90 seconds, such a short format? Because first of all, we have a vast experience of working with this type of formats. And this is our brand content. Short format is very convenient for watching it at any time of the day, in any situation. Be it the morning when the person just woke up, be it when they are taking public transportation, going somewhere in a taxi, or staying in a line waiting to get to their doctor's office. And most likely the person will also watch it to the very end. And third, it is a comedy. The thing about our country is that the audience, as 2019 demonstrates, trusts comedy format a lot. And we want to work with very simple audience. People who have graduated from schools and vocational schools. That is why we decided that it should be comedy. So we're gonna have humor that will pique the interest of our audience. Our audience dedicates a lot of time to watching comedy shows on YouTube. That is why this format will very organically fit into the content that they normally consume, which guarantees our broader coverage. What else did I want to mention? Serhiy, your time is up. Oh, wonderful. It means that I have already covered everything. Great. Then I suggest we move on to the Q&A. And one more expert joined us, Anna Sukhadolska from UNICEF Ukraine. Anna, are you with us? Morning. Good morning. Morning. Also, Vera, Alexei, Katerina are with us. Thank you so much. I have several questions. Thank you so much. It is very interesting, very fresh format. that would cover the healthcare topic, because it is a comedy. Could you please tell me, why do you think that there should be one patient in every single episode, rather than various patients, to better connect with the audience, to connect with various groups of target audience? And am I getting it right that the target audience is mainly youth? Thank you. Can I start answering your question? Okay, first, youth, 25-35 years old. Why the same character? Why the same patient coming every single time? Look, we have only 90 seconds, 12 episodes, and they will be demonstrated on YouTube. We'll be also using targeting, because 90 seconds allow us to use these 90 seconds as a pre-roll if we want to work with targeting. That is why it is very important for the audience to have this logical understanding that this is a web series, that characters are the same, that the topic is the same. So a person can watch the first episode when we introduce the characters, or the 5th episode. Then after episode 5, watch episode 9. Given that our characters are the same, people will see this web series as something integral. And this also goes back to what we have changed after the doctrine. We have introduced some personal lines, story lines between the characters. It will be difficult to do that within 90 seconds. Valerie, taxi driver, is in love with our nurse, Yasya. And he keeps finding new diseases and illnesses because he wants to find the reason to come to that doctor's office and tell about another disease or illness that he gets. And that is why patient needs to stay the same, and the doctor needs to stay the same, and the nurse needs to stay the same. I got it. One more question then. Have you thought about... because I saw that you have mentioned various social media. Have you thought about creating some additional content for the social networks? For example, 90-minute, one full episode, maybe not a spin-off, but say if there was the myth, to also create some additional content about every topic that is raised in each of the episodes. Yes, we have also added that after the doctrine. Thank you for putting me in the right direction. Below the video, in the caption, we're gonna mention all of the resources that are related to one of the myths that were debunked in a certain episode. Regarding 90-second format, can we make it shorter? Well, it is difficult to imagine how exactly, because it already is very concise. But yes, there will be resources in the caption below each of the videos, all of the sources that were used by us. Thank you. Maybe you have some other questions? A quick question from me to add to what Anya asked. Maybe you can make it longer, because there is a website where you can make a more elaborate explanation about debunking this myth, and not only mention the resources, but also break it down. Of course, it can be done. There are certain concerns, though, that the audience, for them, it is easier to perceive it through humor. Look, imagine a typical audience. A young person who comes back home after work, and the majority of their time is dedicated to watching comedy shows. Will they consume serious content that in detail tells about debunking myth? Probably, yes. I think that there are people like that. We can think about creating some kind of additional text content on the website. By the way, we will be working with the experts from the Public Healthcare Center. So I think that we can come up with some format that would reflect the topics that are revealed in each episode. Thank you for that idea. You have 1 to 2 more minutes. I'd like to also give you an example. Imagine, well, from your presentation, it seems that all of the myths are related to healthcare simply because people did not go to school and have no clue about things, that they didn't study biology well, that they do not have basic knowledge. But imagine a lady who doesn't want her child to be vaccinated because some child died at school after the vaccination, and everybody around them tells that it was a poor quality vaccination or that it was preserved in a wrong way. And lots of people who are anti-vaccines, who are against them, they do not say that the vaccines do not work. They just do not believe that they are of a good quality, that they were kept in right conditions. So do you think that with 90-second comedy, you will be able to debunk the myths or change the attitude of such people? Well, if some personal type dramatical story is behind the motivation of this person, this format will not work for them because it requires work at much deeper level. But we're counting on the audience that did not go through such traumatic experience. And all the myths in those people are based on that the friend of my friend or a taxist when I was going to the hospital, or some granny telling me in the hospital said that they have heard this and that or saw on YouTube this and that. This is the target audience. Those people who learn the information from some unknown sources. That is why comedy. That is why 90-second. For all those who want to learn more about that topic, there will be links to relevant research, articles, etc. Our task is to make them doubt that their views and convictions are right, and do that through humor. Thank you. So the person comes with the myth, and Yasya says that, no, it's not like that. Well, you also have to understand the atmosphere. It is something at the crossroads of, I don't know, whether you have seen the American show about a guy who destroys everything. So this is something at the crossroads of this. Adam ruins everything is a good example. Thank you so much. If there are no more questions or comments, I suggest we wind up with this project. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sergey. Let us move on to the next project, and that is called At the Forefront. And Taras Yatsenko, over to you. Taras, morning. Please unmute yourself. Morning, everybody. We can hear and see you well. Greetings from our media hub, the city of yours, where we are planning to implement our project. Let me start my presentation. Yeah, sure, go ahead. First of all, why did we choose this topic? Can you see my presentation, by the way? We can. Why did we pick the healthcare? Because health is something that matters for every person, for every Ukrainian citizen. The city of yours has been dealing with healthcare a lot. We probably were the first ones in Ukraine who many years ago started writing about healthcare when everybody thought that this is something that people are not interested in. But we have demonstrated with our coverage that this topic matters, it is interesting, and it can have impact. By the way, my first degree was in healthcare. I was a pediatrician. And between the semifinal and final, I actually went to the forefront. I was in a hospital at the COVID department, and I saw lots of things that people discuss today in terms of what is happening with healthcare. So on the first line, or at the forefront, is a series of talk shows that we are planning to implement with the help of BitUA. Before starting to work on this project, we have looked at various research about how healthcare reform is perceived today in Ukraine. We have learned that 43% of Ukrainians are using internet on the regular basis to get some medical advice rather than going to doctors. And we have realized that there is very little good quality content online. That is why we decided to create this project on the first line, talk show that aims to demonstrate to Ukrainians the positive changes in healthcare, tell more about the healthcare reform, and discuss the most widespread stereotypes and prejudice around 15 key topics of healthcare in Ukraine. We are planning to have 15 30-minute episodes. What is the specificity of our project? First, we are going to invite both doctors and patients who will talk in the studio. We will focus on the secondary level of healthcare system. After the doctorate, decided to invite not only experts from healthcare, but also from other spheres who can also help find some good solutions. From people from IT, law, those who are working on decentralization. We will also be using real-life stories that will highlight each topic. And this will include video diaries from hospitals, stories of healthcare professionals and doctors, and two more specificities. First, direct impact on medical reform and attitude towards it, and a side effect. We understand that we can also influence other reforms in Ukraine, for example, anti-corruption reform, through this project, when we will be analyzing how the funding is used in healthcare. Why does this project matter? First of all, we bring together patients and healthcare professionals, patients who experience both positive and negative things. We will be discussing hot topics that will allow us to improve communication between healthcare professionals, doctors, and patients. We will learn about how every Ukrainian citizen responds to this change and healthcare reform. We will explain to Ukrainians in a simple way how the healthcare reform is happening. And we will therefore contribute to changing the consciousness of citizens. And I have already mentioned that our key focus is on healthcare reform, but at the same time, we're also gonna cover other reforms. Our audience. First of all, we hope that City of Yours Media Hub audience will be mainly watching it. We will use Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and our website. You can see the numbers. We have over 183,000 followers on Facebook, over 15,000 on YouTube, and we hope that in 2 months' time we're going to have 50,000 followers, 3,900 on Instagram, and 50 to 70,000 average daily traffic. Aside from that, we have also found media partners in Kharkiv, Slovansk, Chernivtsi, and Zakarpattia. They will also be disseminating this content. Additionally, we will be also promoting it on social networks and working with various topical groups. So we're going to work a lot with social media marketing. And what did we take into account as a result of doctoring? First, we made each episode shorter. Initially, it was planned to be 45 minutes, but now I understand that it's going to be 30 minutes tops. We decreased the total number of episodes from 20 to 15. We can have less of them, but of a better quality. And also, to make each video, each episode more dynamic, we will be adding a few VTs to each episode. Vox Populi in the beginning of each episode, where we will be sharing the stories of the healthcare professionals and diaries. Another advice from the experts that we used was being more flexible in terms of inviting people. Somebody might join us for just a minute, and I have mentioned before that we will not be only engaging healthcare professionals, but also people from other spheres who can also tell us about some interesting solutions. And another advice by the experts, we are very grateful to them for that. Would like to thank Alex Slimanov. In every episode, we will be using hard interviewing. It's going to be very short, 1 to 2 minutes. One of the authorities representatives or somebody from healthcare managers. You have half a minute left, Taras. This is it? And one more thing that we're incredibly grateful for. The advice that we have heard about during the doctoring, given that we are working a lot with TV, we also will be using some of the approaches working on other projects. We hope that this project will also help us to get to the national level, to not only be present in Lviv. Wonderful. Thank you. Anna, Mira, Alexander, Katerina, any questions? Thank you so much. This is Anna. I have a question. For some reason, I cannot start my video. Oh, here it is. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have the following question. One comment and one question. First question. I didn't quite get from the presentation what is the point of every single episode. So the main objective is to identify a problem and show the solution, or just to demonstrate success stories and say how it can also be applied elsewhere, for example, in other regions or in other spheres, or is it going to be both? Can I share my screen once more? Because we have, for example, the structure of the first episode. Let me share it. I think that will help me to answer your question as good as possible. For example, first, breast cancer. It's going to be both. It all will depend on the topic, of course. But if we look at this topic, we will be talking about how breast cancer is treated in the world, what are the key myths, what are the facts about this disease. After a brief introduction, we will demonstrate Vox Populi video where we will be surveying people. Do they know at what age, what needs to be done to prevent breast cancer? After that, we're gonna discuss what new approaches are there in treating it. Then we're gonna have a caption video from oncological disease hospital. Then the second part of the discussion, where we are gonna talk to the patients with various experience, both negative and positive, and they will be telling when they discovered they had breast cancer, what were their expectations and what happened. And then we give the floor to the healthcare professionals so that they comment on that and maybe suggest some kind of solutions for these women, maybe psychological assistance to these women or their families. And I have personally also experienced that when I was in the COVID department of the hospital, that in the protocols, a lot of attention is also paid to psychological assistance, but in the hospital where I was admitted, I didn't see that being used. And also then the fourth part, what do you need to know? A quick caption video, and then comments from the doctors when they are answering the most fascinating questions from the audience. Okay, now it is clearer. And if you will be covering other topics in the same way, that question is clear. And then a comment. As there will be no lively discussion among various experts and patients, I see that your format is somewhat different. One thing that I'd like to mention, because we've seen before how healthcare system reacts to that. If there is some complaint by the patient, they will probably not start looking for the solution, but rather will try look for the excuses. And that is why you have to keep in mind when picking experts and picking those who will be answering questions to avoid that. Because then it will not be effective. Thank you so much for your advice. I think we will be using this approach because this is how we're working with our discussion platform. Every week, we take some topic discussed in the city and we pick participants in such way. Very various people with very various convictions and perspectives. And we always come up with some consensus. We do that in a constructive way. So thank you so much for that advice. Hello. I also had a question regarding distribution. From what I see, you in the first place want to work with your followers, your supporters. There are lots of them. It is true. But why don't you want to risk it? Why don't you want to cover a broader audience, maybe not only in the Western Ukraine, but also in other regions? I think this topic is very important now. Maybe you will be using some paid promo and then you can also target other parts of the country. Thank you so much, Katerina, for this comment. In fact, we will be doing that. And in the presentation, I have mentioned that we will be using targeting that we will pay for. The content will not be tied to a specific region. It will be cut for any region. And we have already agreed with Nakipela 6262UA. And we have also agreement with people in Chernivtsi. We know for sure, we've been working with those people for a while. They know what our content is like, so they will definitely distribute it. But aside from that, we would like to take it a step further. And I believe that after we broadcast the first episode, we will be able to find even more media partners. And I think that even national level media will be interested in that. Cool, thank you. Thank you. Morning. Good morning. Could you please tell me Who will be moderating this discussion in the studio? Will there be a host? Will that be done by you or someone else? Now, we are expanding our crew. We've been working on that for the last several weeks. Well, there were the restrictions due to the pandemic, but I believe that it will be decided by the next week. We have several options of who will be the host. And I think that the decision will be made by the end of this week. Thank you. Are you ready to cooperate with other projects that will probably get funding from PGA who have similar topic, who could add something, complement your project? I think so. This is just a question in theory because you don't know what projects I'm talking about. What format? Yeah, we have to understand the format, but I think that, of course, yes, because we all want to work on implementing the positive change. So I think we are ready. What do you want your viewers to learn from your show? An episode is over. What do you want to change in their mind? This is a very good and interesting question. In the first place, I want the viewer to really feel, thanks to various opinions, various people being on the show, to see the change that had already happened and that is happening, the positive change. We're talking about those who are using healthcare services. But if we're talking about the providers of healthcare services, who also are our audience, maybe they will hear some important information, will learn about some important decisions. Let me give you an example. It appears that recently in one of the hospitals in Lviv, where all people with COVID are being treated, there is a very poor mobile coverage. So sometimes the family members cannot reach their family members who are in the hospital. So several days ago, we have mentioned that, and some of the mobile carriers are ready to install the new towers there. When we talked to the head of that hospital, he said, yes, there is a problem with that, but we have never even thought to contact mobile operators. They were waiting for them to do that on their own, or they thought that maybe they do not care about the hospital. So very often, there are lots of such discoveries. And this is something that you learn about thanks to the patients. The patients can impact the change, and at the same time, it is valuable for those who are working in healthcare. Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. If you're ready to wind up, then we can move on. Thank you so much. Thank you, Taras. Thank you, esteemed experts. Thank you so much. Moving on. Next. I am the doctor.
So please, Natalka Yakimovich, would you please join us?
Добрий день.
Hello.
Добрий день. Чуємо, бачимо.
Good day to you. We can see you. We can hear you. Okay, then I will begin with the following. I consider that the main reform is the court reform in our country, because everything begins with the rule of law and the just court. But when we are feeling not that nice, it's not that easy for us to go to the protests and strikes. So health is very important. For a very long time, Ukraine was under the disastrous conditions with the healthcare. All of us has got as a legacy an awful and ruined system of Soviet healthcare, the hospitals, and nobody was respecting, and dentists, where we had 6 chairs in the same room. So it's gradually changing. And first of all, I consider that it is changing thanks to the private initiatives, private clinics, and people. So this story began long ago. I will tell later about the protagonist who inspired me, but first I'd like to introduce myself, who we represent. 3 years ago, in Film UA company, we founded the channel of 36 and 6 about the healthy lifestyle. That is, we decided to introduce changes and to teach people how to take care about their health. That was our initiative. And it was an interesting research when we totally wanted to understand which programs we should launch, and it found out that it was a surprise for me that people were not that interested in prevention. People were not ready to watch the shows about yogas, how to breathe properly, the advices of dietologists, whatever the internet says. Where people start searching for recommendations, mostly people are believing into the evidence-proof healthcare. Sometimes they want to avoid it, but still they would like to get a magic pill which would solve any of their problems. If we ate too much of pork fat during the Easter, they would like to get some pill instead of eating properly. So I'd like to represent our channel. Would you watch the video now? Because we are working for 3 years doing lots of shows about prevention, about the dietologists, psychologists, and fitness instructors, and we still have lots of programs with the evidence-based healthcare. In our grid, we have those, in our schedule, we have these programs twice a day. Would you show the video of our channel?
Як тримають себе у формі українські зірки?
Доктора, ви
Від кардіо не худнуть.
Это видео для вас.
Що ж такого з'їсти, щоб не набрати вагу?
Кава, кажуть, вимиває кальцій.
У нас швидше відбувається обмін речовин. Ви дізнаєтесь все про здорову їжу.
У женщин есть два доктора, которых они боятся. Это гинеколог и стоматолог.
Ми перевертаємо постраждалого на поранений бік.
Максимально підтримати, омолодити.
Мозг – это сложное устройство.
І як весь этот мир, ми не ідеальні.
Всередині у вас може бути ціла буря різних почуттів.
Вы имеете право влюбляться, быть в отношениях.
Возбуждайте женщину, начиная с головы. Желаю нам всем хороших взаимоотношений.
Тобто я хочу наголосити, що
So I would like to emphasize that first of all, we are working with the evidence-based healthcare. In fact, we have several programs which tell about the non-traditional methods, but they're most of a prevention, like massages, which you could see, or the needles. So now we can come to the project which I would like to create, and I do hope that we'll be able, with the help of the fund, we'll be able to implement it, as I really like documentary projects. So I had such an idea, which is not within the financial opportunities of our channel, but we are ready to give it to some national channel, and we have even some of the negotiations about that, more or less successful. So this is the documentary show TV series. I'm a doctor with 10 episodes, 12 minutes each. And they tell how the doctors are changing the lives of people, how the doctors can be the long survivors and warriors. What it began with, I got acquainted with Igor Zastavny. You can see him on the picture. He's a very young and experienced medic who was heading internships abroad. But after he graduated from the medical institute, he came to Krakovets, a little village at Lviv region, the little outpatient clinic, and the temperature is -5 degrees centigrade. The people are coming in the bigger coats and they can't take them off because it's too cold. So he decided to change it all. He found the team, he selected the people for that, and began those changes, totally changing, in fact, the lives around him. Because now 80% of the people coming where they need to go to the region centers to Lviv, now all of those problems are solved at the places, and this is a very high indicator. We found 10 similar stories in different regions. There are lots of them in the West, but still in the East. I had the geography in my previous presentation, so we are planning to have the tour all over Ukraine because those stories can be found anywhere. It's weird because the healthcare reform gave an opportunity for the doctors to earn more officially, to register as a sole proprietor and to provide healthcare services, but still, just to say that the doctors have begun to use that, it's not true. We could find such stories, about 1 or 2 stories in each of the regions, and we'd like to tell about them. Because in fact, people are feeling themselves totally differently if they have in the village a cool doctor. With Mr. Zastavny, we got acquainted before the pandemic, and it was weird when he said that I'm always in touch with my patients in Viber Messenger. So he's the doctor in Viber Messenger. When we are all now within the restrictions and we haven't signed the declaration with the family doctor, we found out that it's really important to find the doctor whom you can call, you can write a message, you can check your symptoms, who will calm you down or provide some professional support or will tell you where to go to. So the main stories will be about those doctors who changed the life of the community around them. Out of the doctoring session, I brought such an important story. We have planned that it should be a documentary monologue of the doctor himself, but then advised us come from the patients. And it seems to me that it's really much more interesting to provide the story how the life of the community has changed, how the people have changed, and their feelings of life has changed in the settlement, in the village where they have the doctors. And this is the main story which we decided to introduce, a documentary person to go through the patients. And also I'd like to say that now, when the doctors are in the risk group, and we understand that daily they face different challenges, it's important for the profession of the doctor to be prestigious. Those shows are not only for the patients, those programs are also for the doctors who will understand that something can be changed if they don't know it. And also those are shows for people who are not sick and who are not doctors, but still those shows can show that even your efforts, even your wish can lead to a huge affair which will unite other people and which will substantially change their lives. And one more character, Nazary Mikhailuk. He is totally out of the typical story of ours, because this is a kind of a science fiction story about the dentist from Ivano-Frankivsk who goes to read lectures in Hollywood. He's in top 20 dentists of the world. This is a very cool story, so we'd like to tell about that as well. So what do we see as of today? I consider that the healthcare reform is working, whatever is said and written at the forums, and we'd like to show its face-to-face, not just to say something aloud that it is working and provide some statistical data, but to show the faces of the people who are changing our lives today. So this is what our project is about. Natalka, you're out of time. You're speaking 2 minutes longer. Have a minute for finalization. Well, in fact, that's it from me. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm waiting for the questions. Thank you. So we do invite Anna, Vera, Katerina, and Alex. Thank you so much. Well, in fact, I understood everything, even in the content. I don't have a single question. Would you please tell about the distribution? If you may, a bit more about the audience and the reach of your TV channel, and if you can see some partnership with other TV channels or any other options. Well, look, as of today, when I'm telling about our channel, we do understand that cable channels cannot be measured, and this is the issue. Secondly, this is the endless flow of content. It is not repeated for many times. This is a kind of an insurance element. And why I told about our channel? Because, in fact, we're dealing with this content for a long time. We just feel the lack of funds to create the documentaries. Still, now we've created 3 3 documentaries with the healthcare topic about skin, sugar, and milk. So this is the option that we need such project. We know how it can be produced, and this is our daily work. The people with whom we are working are the people who are working at our place. They are not just third-party production where we need to hire them if the restriction and lockdown is becoming stronger. We are working on this content daily. This is a kind of a second screening, but the first screening should be the national channel. We can see top 6 of the TV channels for us. We can communicate with 1+1. We used to be partners with them. I think that we'll renovate the negotiations with the TV radio company Ukraine and Suspilne TV, where this content can be needed, and it will be definitely taken. So 36.6 channel is considered as the next stage for this video to be shown endlessly. And we can see that this is the national channel and the platform. Bureau advised us to go to DocUA, but in fact, they don't have such a format of video. But I think that we'll definitely, in a month, we'll find some platforms for whom it will be interesting and where we have our audience, but it claims some additional research and so forth. Just to say that we have some cool results, we cannot boast that, but we'll definitely do that. This is the question of the focused work of a month. We need to have a tour and to provide some meetings. And I can recommend you to go to UNICEF, which has nice platforms as well. Yes, we can guarantee high-quality product. That's what's important. And we can create a high-quality pilot episode, because even the negotiations with TV channels lead to the pilot episode. Everybody wants to see it. And it's not that easy for them to agree a certain documentary. Maybe they're so uncertain negotiations. Everybody wants to see the pilot, and then we can go on with the conversations and conduct negotiations. But we are already the well-established company. We have the high-quality product, and we even have some ads which we shot about COVID for the Ministry of Information Policy. So I think it won't be an issue. We just need to show what we have more than just presentation and characters. Thank you, dear colleagues. Do you have any questions left? I can pose another one about the collaborations, in fact. Well, would you be ready to collaborate with other projects which can be also included into our list, because we can see such opportunities. We have the feeling that there is an opportunity to complement other projects which can become winners as well. We're always ready for collaborations because, first of all, as the production, we are very often working for someone and doing something. So we apply with this project, not like our deal with the first night at 36.6 channel, but we're speaking about some hypothetical collaboration from the very beginning. We are ready to give our project and then to develop it at our channel. So it's not an issue, and we've got lots of projects which we are creating with other platforms, and we are working for them as a production, so there won't be any questions. We don't claim for the first night of the screening, and we don't claim for the commercial use of this video to the full extent. So, of course, we are pro that, and I consider that in the synergy we can find force and power. Thank you. I've got a question, a quick one. The viewer will see, in each of the episodes, the viewer will see a success case of some doctor and the community around him or her, or this viewer can find some useful info for himself or herself, which he or she can use, even if he or she doesn't get in touch with this doctor. Well, look. First of all, with Mr. Nastavny, we have created the program of Your Family Doctor, which had all the answers for all of the questions. And he even told about the signing of the deal and our agreement with the family doctor, and he showed what we need to stress our attention upon, and I didn't know lots of the facts. So in this show we shouldn't just show some life stories, but they should be applied. They should have applied character. People should understand, first of all, how this doctor managed out of the ruined outpatient clinic to create this high quality reception. It's not just a wonder, it's important because when it was funded by the rich collective farm, or they won the grant, or they just crowdfunded it. So we will find the way how the doctors achieved that, and also we will show, as we decided to go through the patients as well, we will include some of the stories of the patients. So I think that, for instance, such topics like vaccination, what's important now for the country, we do understand it's totally discredited by the state and the state healthcare system. Nobody wants to inoculate, so the vaccination issue will be raised, and also the evidence-based healthcare. We'll be speaking about that. It won't be just the story that he woke up in the morning and he likes tea for breakfast. We will speak about some very precise questions, not to duplicate them, and for their spectre to be brewed.
Чай з вакциною.
Tea with vaccine.
Okay,
Okay, then thank you, Natalia. Thank you, dear experts. Thanks. Now we have a short break. That is 10 minutes. And we are coming back at 10 minutes to 12. Dear team of the Soil Project, please get prepared. See you soon. That we suggest that we should go on. Now we have the topic, I feel, the changes reforming Ukraine. And in this block, we have two more projects. The first of them is Soil Project. I do invite the participants. Dmitro, Grigory, and Dmitro.
Колеги, підніміть, будь ласка, руку.
Dear colleagues, would you use the function of raise the hand, because we don't recognize you in the list of the participants?
Вітаю. Чи добре чути мене?
Do you hear me? Hello, we do hear you, but somehow you're upside down. And now, just a moment. Is it better? Yes.
Так. Тепер все добре?
Is it better now? Yes, now it's okay.
Всі під'єдналися, можу починати?
Did everyone join? Just a moment.
Добре. Чекаю команди.
Adding the participants. Okay, I'll wait for ready, steady, go. Hello. Hello, Dmitro. One more, Dmitro. So, are we waiting for the third participants? Yes, we have one more film director of ours.
Режисер Дмитро, так?
Film director is Dmitro as well, yes. We don't see him. We have the raised hand. Hello, do you hear me? Yes, hello. So we can see you and hear you, please.
Добре.
Yours,
Вітаю,
okay.
мене звати Григорій Позинін, я сценаріст проєкту «Soil». Ідея сценарію заснована на реальних подіях, і це історія про людей, які мають різні погляди, але спромоглися об'єднатися перед обличчям великої загрози. Це одна з найважливіших ідей сценарію, тому що у сучасному українському суспільстві дуже багато людей із пасивною соціальною позицією і цим нерідко користуються нечесною наркотою. У центрі сюжету українські фермери, які
clear. And in the center of the plot, we can see the Ukrainian farmers who are suffering because of the raiders. And this is very relevant topic because Ukraine is now very close to the land reform, and it should be another step for our project. But we are worried a bit that the corrupt oligarchs or raiders can use the reform in their interests if they can find some gap, some leaking legislation. So in my script, I'd like to promote the idea that the state is not the only one which is responsible for the quality of the reform, but we as the Ukrainian citizens need to take part in that as well. And I give the floor to the film director. Hello, my name is Metro. I am the film director of this project. I know this is a very complicated topic, and if you look at it, it may seem not interesting, especially for the inhabitants of the cities. But if you look closer, everything which is happening there, it is done according to the laws of the 90s. Raiders attacks, armed attacks, and the farmers need to protect themselves. And here I can see a huge potential of the interesting and criminal action story. The visual aesthetics of this project is very important for us, but the main thing that is happening around the people and our characters is the little community of the farmers, which is affected by the raiders' attacks, but they are not that paying attention to the local authority. We have the protagonist, he's a lone wolf, Maxim. He's a mechanic, but he is trying to make the farmers to create the armed god to, in fact, oppose the raiders' attacks. Tina is the second protagonist. She's a journalist who is coming from Kiev, and she is involved in this story. She is providing her own fight, but of a different type, through the media, through the journalist investigation. This is how she is involved in this topic of PGA, that media matters. The main antagonist is the head of the raiders, who aim for giving this land and taking away the lands from the farmers. All the events are escalating quickly. Within the story, the farmers are accidentally killing the local policeman. They are arrested, and our events are moved to the court in Kiev. And now it is well known all over the country. So the end of the story, that they have the verdict for the killing of a policeman, but they are still punished formally. And in this story, they can protect their own soil, their own land from the oligarch. All of that is very cool and visually interesting story in this format. Our reference is the TV show, which tells about the little settlements, which is done in an interesting manner for the people who are not interested in this topic. They can still be involved. So why do we need to watch The Soil? It's an original plot which has never been presented in this format. This is an interesting story which is based upon the relevant events, which is boldly speaking about the relevant actions. This is the balance of the action and characters, and we pay a lot to the cinematography. Yes, hello, my name is Metro Sukhanov. I'm the producer of the project. Our audience, the target core, are the inhabitants of little settlements and regions who are consuming free TV only. And that is why the national TV channel will pay a great significance for us. Also, we have the socially important inhabitants of bigger cities who have critical thinking. They are consuming more modern content in different forms and platforms. This is the diverse of our target audience of the project. In the design of the audience, we focused upon the social impact, the responsibility for the outcome. What can this product give to the society? This is the key point of ours. So we would like to introduce the responsibility of the society and to push the people to the understanding and the use of the new opportunities of the reforms to protect their rights and development. The distribution. It's not only about the channels of distribution, but it's the part of our overall strategy on the way to the promotion of the project. We've got lots of regional audience. That is why We try to involve the partners of national TV, the national TV channel, or even a media group, and the TV with streaming opportunities. The plan B is private funds of the famous studios, and the second part of the funding will be, we plan to have one of the available funds of state support. The production is planned for the fall 2022. We'll create the pilot first, and the national distribution will be done as the responsibility of our partnership agreement with the national TV channel or the studio. The team, we include the experts with the experience with whom we worked before, but I'd like to mention our casting director. We'd like to involve Allo Samoylenko, the casting director. We have a dream cast today, but we plan to create famous actors and actresses, famous faces. During the previous projects, we managed to involve such actors and actresses like Irma Vitovska, Stanislav Boklan, and we are sure that we'll be able to involve a cast as well, famous cast as well. The consultants, as for agro topic, is Gleb Lukyanenko, who is the head of the agrarian holding in Poltava region. We communicated with him. We know each other for a long time. We were students and co-students together in Kyiv Mohila Business School. He approved that we'll have some support at the development stage. It will be access to the farmers, to the real issues and problems. He will consult us about all of the aspects of land reform and also access to the real locations during the production. As for the script doctoring, we communicated with Alchevsky, who told that we'll be relying upon the consultations with the team of Starlight, and also we plan to involve a famous script doctor, Volodymyr Gromov. We have been working with him and really satisfied with the outcome of the previous projects. And at the previous stage of PGA, we have conducted the first meeting of the script doctoring, which we consider to be the beginning of the development. We got the constructive comments, and in this presentation, we reflected some of the changes at the screen. As you can see, those are the main points which we had during the consultation process. And at the previous stage, we uploaded the cover letter, which has more interesting details. You can look how we adapted all the comments during the script doctoring. Dear colleagues, the time is up. Yes, thank you for your attention. We are ready to the Q&A session. Thank you for the presentation. I'm happy to introduce the new experts who are joining us now, especially Victoria, the advisor on communications and trainings of USAID, the support of agrarian and rural development, and also we have Sergei Kubach, the expert of Agro Project. Sergei, if you've got any questions about this and the next project, would you join us as well? Let me begin. The first question. What's the main idea of this TV show to support land reform? And again, in the context of 2022, when that year they will finally begin the land market, I guess. We'll launch it. As I already mentioned, it's a support towards the understanding of the society, what that is and how we can use it. Because we all feel that the farmers, the owners of lands, are not well protected by the law, and the ownership right is not protected. So we need to include critical thinking and for them to understand which new opportunities they could use to maybe merge with big farms. We are not going along the legislation points or using any of the notions of the law, but we are working with the dramaturgy and the plot. If this land reform did not take place, this problematic would not be that popular, and how it should be solved through the plot, through the story, through the character. I can add, we never knew about this problem, and out of my friends, not that many people speak about that. When we looked at the topics for the TV shows, when I looked at the news, I understood that nobody knows about that. But this is the project with the full mass in it, in this topic. So our show,
тому що ця земельна реформа, багато просто ніхто про неї взагалі нічого не знає. І це на рівні
because no one knows about that. This is just at the level of the news, and the main aim to involve people in the discussion. And secondly, you can't have a passive position and to wait from the authorities for anything. You need to be involved in this process. This is the main aim of ours, to attract to the discussion and the participants as much people as possible through an interesting format. And the myths and fears should be busted, because people still don't understand how it will be used and what are the opportunities. I may add to the question. If I understand him correctly, I have the similar feelings. You've chosen a complicated topic which is still discussed among the people who have something to do with that, and this discussion is still very acute. So the criminal action drama is cool and interesting, but as this topic is still very heated by different political forces in the society, doesn't it seem to you that it will work against the opening of the land market? And the message which you formulated as the bloody confrontation is getting more acute and leads to the first victims, I think that your project coincides with the opening of the land market. Will it be for the worse, for the reform? I'd like to mention that this issue is acute because of our politicians, because they like to politicize and to separate people into different fractions. But we still want to show how it really takes place, how it is planned to use, for the use. Yes, we get that it's a very sensitive topic, and during the development, we'll provide research and we'll be very cautious with this topic to focus upon some help and assistance to the society to understand what that is, not to push them away. I would like to add that we are applying for the money for the development and consultations. So the next step will be the expedition to the Poltava region and to the people in this sphere, because we do understand that we really need more involvement and more information. And secondly, this is the bubble. And we'd like this bubble to be open and to show it to the society. We don't think that it can impact in this way, as you say. Vice versa, it will attract more attention, and this story won't live in a bubble anymore. The more attention we attract, the lower the escalation of the issue is. This problem really exists. We can see the figures. This is not the invented news. That's what we took, and we were inspired by that. And those raiders' attacks will only increase. I don't know whether this is the reform and the people understand that they will be involved. I will repeat my point about the passive position, that we need to involve as many people as possible, not to exist in the bubble. And also, I'd like to mention that at the stage of the funding, the second stage, we are going to the state institutions to find stand funds. So it will be a guarantee that our project will have the proper focus with the proper message. Otherwise, we don't get funding from the state. Thank you. And my second question was about what you will do if you don't manage to get this additional 50% from the competition of the State Film Agency. Well, this is the second stage for the production. Now, we submit the application for the development for the script, so we don't need additional money so far. Okay, got it. I have two short questions more. And again, as for the contents, you said that you base your story upon a real story, so I need to know which story that is as I deal with this topic constantly. Well, of course, as for the raidership, those are smaller and medium agri-holdings. The bigger cannot be in the focus of the attention. Who is in the focus then? You've introduced the consultant of a bigger agri-holding, a bigger production and manufacturing who can be guarded by armed men, but the usual farmers just take the cadastre maps of the landlords, they look where it's rented, and they are not registered. Those are smaller and medium enterprises. Who is in the focus of the attention? This is the question number one. And secondly, we speak mostly about the law enforcement method or with the advocates and the courts. So do we work with that, with the guards or with the courts and rule of law state, when the state is the guarantee for the law? And will those approaches and those means are relevant enough for 2022? Thank you.
Коли ми казали, що історія заснована на реальних подіях,
то якраз Дімон показував слайд, це якраз
рейдерські напади на такі невеличкі фермерські господарства в Україні. Тому так, це невеликі фермери,
невеликі господарства. Entities. Yes, as they are small, and answering the question how it is developed, we'll have the plot line of Maxim and armed guards, but then they'll get to court. And then we have journalists, investigative journalist, and then the journalist will get this case through the courts, and Maxim will get to jail, but Tina will achieve her aim legally, answering your question. As for the consultations, really, we have an experience of a bigger economic entity of the farm. Will get to the village and to the rural area and will try to find some subjects for the research to add it to the plot. I mean, smaller farmers. This is still an open issue, and he's not our only consultant about this plot, about this script. Well, agri-holding is not that big as the others. This is the medium farm. And I know the story of the foundation. It was founded as the family farm. They do not represent any big oligarch force. So our consultant from the small and medium farms, but rather capable ones. So could we finalize, please? Because we're out of time. Thank you so much. Thank you. See you soon. Thank you for the pitching. We'll take that into consideration. Of course, we would like to do something useful for the society, not vice versa. Thank you so much. So we do invite the next project. Goodbye. We do invite the authors of the project, Landlord.
Give me a moment. Could you please raise your hands because we cannot identify you? Good. Good afternoon. We can see you. Good afternoon. And we can hear you as well. Great. So please get started. You have 7 minutes. Good afternoon. My name is Tatiana Kutz. I'm the head of Osnova Films company. Today we are presenting our project called Landlord. Under the topic, I feel changes reforming Ukraine. Taras Tkachenko is next to me, the director of the project. Taras, could you please tell more? Good afternoon. If I may, I would like to share my screen. Because when you see pictures on the screen, it is more fun. I'd like to tell a little bit about my background and why I agreed to work on this project. Because this is a memory from my childhood. My great-grandfather in 1910 got a piece of land during Stolypin's reforms, and 10 years later, he was killed by those who were supporting revolution. And my grandfather managed to get at least a small land plot that used to belong to a larger part of the land that belonged to his great-grandfather. And it was very important for me to find out where is that land plot that belonged to my great-grandfather, because I understand that for the Ukrainians, land and soil is a basic value. It has a sacred meaning. It not simply is something that is used for growing plants. That is why this is a part of the sacred value, a sacred value of land. So we are working on the adaptation of the classical play called Landlord by Ivan Karpenko-Kary, which was written 120 years ago. But the history keeps repeating itself. The life keeps repeating itself. So we again are faced with the same problems. When we basically are living in the feudal society. In Kiev, we think that we are part of Europe, but if you go to the rural area, you will see that it is pretty much the same as during the serfdom. We have this Shakespearean story when the landlord is collapsing. The person who grew up during Soviet days, who was raised when the capitalism was wild and cannot get adjusted to the new reality. When the relations in the rural area become more and more civilized. So the landlord goes back to the village from the capital city. This is the center of a small feudal empire, a small agri-holding. And the problem that he is faced with is that people don't want to sign long-lasting agreements to rent out their land. People want to take control over their land, and he tries to exert pressure on them. He tries to attack them harshly. The villagers have a leader, a young farmer, and his son, who are trying to resist this agri-holding, who are trying to explain to the people that you should not be dependent, that you are the ones who raised these people who are controlling you. And this feudal has two persons who are helping to him, who are trying to also get a part of it. Their names are Fen and Zelensky. Even his family starts falling apart because his young daughter, who got her degree abroad, is also against her father. And people are trying to also choose the leader of their own. In the end, the schemes are revealed. There is even an armed confrontation that is covered by the media. And this whole feudal bubble is destroyed. This person is left all alone, on their own, without anybody around them. And people start getting new opportunities because the land reform does not solve the problems, it rather creates new opportunities. Now, answering the question of how does that relate to the land reform? Thanks to the consultation doctrine, we have changed a lot and have also realized what the land reform is. So, Serhiy, thank you so much for that 2-hour lecture. We thought that it is more about the land cadastre, but now we understand that it rather is a matter of misinformation. That is why, first of all, we understand that this oligarch is trying to pressurize our villagers to sign these long-term rent agreements. And the second thing, he is trying to organize a large-scale misinformation campaign. when he brings Chinese delegation, a seemingly Chinese delegation, starts saying that Chinese will come and will purchase all of the land, trying to scare the people. But in the end, he fails. Our main task of the project is to explain in an easy, clear-cut way what is the essence of the land reform, to address their fears, starting with the first and most important fear, which is that the foreigners will come and will purchase all land. We have a dramedy, so the genre helps us a lot. We can empathize with the characters, and this format will help every character see themselves. Some will realize that they are like the main character. Somebody will understand that they are the ones who have the new opportunities in front of them. By doing so, we're trying to convey to the viewers that the land reform is not as scary, that the reform is something that we have been looking forward for 30 years, because this probably is the most complicated reform in the country. But the main problem of it is that very little people are aware, because there is a lot of misinformation around this topic. So we will try, with the help of STB TV channel, in a simple, easy to understand format, explain what the land reform brings with it, and a little bit about the team. If we're talking about the STB channel, we have previously worked with the Mother project, and the whole crew that worked on that project is working with us, but we have made it even stronger because Taras Antipovich, a dramaturgist, will be also working with us. He worked with the project, and there will be people. And this is it. We are ready to answer your questions now. Thank you so much. Victoria, please join us. Alexander, Vera, Sergey, and Katerina. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Victoria? Yeah, I'm thinking, what do I start with? Thank you. I've looked through all of the papers that were emailed to me. I like the idea, I like the synopsis, but there are lots of small questions. First, regarding the language. And the first episode where the dialogues are already there, I still think you have to work on it because it seemed very artificial to me. A very classical, proper Ukrainian language combined with some jargon, slang. I don't think that it combines organically. Now, regarding our character, it also seemed to be somewhat artificial, again, because of the language that he uses, because a person who has been living in Kiev for a while, having millions of US dollars, cannot speak the way he is, using so much slang and jargon. I don't think that people talk like that because I haven't seen prototypes like that. Of course, we're also thinking about the classic that we're trying to read of, but we're doing that gradually, step by step. First, I used to be a philologist back in the day, and I always am following the organics of Ukrainian language in my films. Of course, I'm not going to do it that way. Now we were focused more on the structure. Of course, we will be added in the dialects. We will be following the way the language is used. We have just not yet polished it. But thank you for that comment. It is very to the point. We will definitely pay attention to it. And one more impression that I got. Again, maybe this is something that I paid attention to. The pork fat, drinking moonshine, and the first episode takes a large share of the events that are happening, and I'm afraid that there is too much of it. Maybe you have to decrease the amount of these things or slightly change things like that. You mean the thing with the diet and the meeting of the school graduates. So these two things, they add to the stereotype. Okay, I got it. Well, pork fat is okay, but you should be aware that moonshine is not allowed to be used as the ones who wanted previous speech. Yeah, and pork fat is also slightly exaggerated when they bring the ham and they say that this is a salad that is made of pork fat, garlic, etc. These are detailed subtleties, but just pay attention to them. Sure. Victoria, we have discussed it. The script that we have here, if they win, of course, we will be working on the script with them, and the experts will be also engaged in this process so that we can work on such things. Can also make one final comment. There also is a bit when during the meeting of the villagers, the Kalinovich recommends them that they can develop their own program for the development of the village. They're talking about tourism, about resorts near the lake. I don't remember it in detail, but having lights in the village social project, and the project that is supporting the development of communities, and who are always trying to do that not only in terms of the social component, but also assist in establishing business. We would also like to ask you to maybe make him talk about things of a more practical nature. Say, for example, in this village, most likely maize is grown because the cow went to the maize field. So maybe everybody can start some kind of a cheese production facility. Or maybe Sophia, who graduated from Harvard, can give them some kind of an advice, something practical. Because this also is a stereotype that many villages do not know how to survive, and all of the money is invested into the social sphere. And it would be more interesting if you have mentioned that you can use resources in a wiser way. Yeah, we agree. We didn't like that story ourselves. We're still looking. But you understand, this still is a work in progress, but this is a very good hint. I remember that back in the day, we were also talking about the milk production cooperatives and villages, but we will take that into account, this cause and effect for this scenario and this script regarding the situation of the amalgamated communities. We're going to make it look better because the script is still evolving. We understand that this is just the first draft. We will be refining it and polishing it. This just demonstrates the structure. I would like to also thank Josh for his very to-the-point questions, because they helped us to pull ourselves together and to improve it. By the way, Josh Weinstock sent his question for you. He was wondering, how are you planning to make such an empathic character who will be recognized in the course of your project, even despite the choice made by him? So, your anti-hero, how empathic will he stay? You know, a person who is going through a collapse is always somebody that people empathize with, even if this is a lost soul, and he's a lost soul. And in the end, when he understands that his closest supporters have deceived him, and when his only daughter and Kalinovich antagonist will stay with him, This will be a rebirth of a person, and people always are interested in that, because a person who is at the verge of collapsing always causes people feeling empathy towards them rather than hatred. By the way, we have explained it to Josh that people like villains. We feel certain empathy to them from the very start. And our character, our protagonist, will be reborn in the end. And that is why it's going to be a nice, proper character. We have taken into account the comments made by George, and the ending will be quite optimistic, also with some humor to it. That's what's going to make it optimistic. Yeah, sorry? We're already out of time, but there is one more burning question, then please go ahead. A quick question. The audience will learn something about the decentralization reforms or the land reform. Is that right? They are interconnected, but in the first place, it's going to be about the land reform, because the conflict is based on the land that is owned by the villagers, them trying to get their land plots out of this agri-holding, them trying to prepare this land before the land market is opened. But the thing is that the head of the amalgamated community matters a lot, given the land reform. All of this is interconnected and interrelated. And this also is one of the storylines. If the main character's supporters became the head of this amalgamated community, yeah, clearly nothing would have happened. But here the villagers are fighting to appoint the person that they want to see as the head of the amalgamated community. So here we are at the intersection of these things. I'm sorry, I have one quick question. It is clear that you're using the play as the foundation for the script, but among the characters, there is a person with the last name Zelensky. I think that Karpenko-Kari had a last name like that in his play, right? We are not changing the classics yet. We haven't yet changed last names. We will think about it later. The character clearly is not the one who looks wrong. Yeah, but at the same time, it's not the best character. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Goodbye. I'd like to say that we are done with the first theme for the day. I feel changes, reforming Ukraine. 7 projects were pitched, so I'd like to thank all of the finalists. I'd like to also thank our experts, Anna Sukhadolskaya, Tyler Rudenke, Victoria, and Sergey Kubach. Now let us move on to the next theme, number 3, Media Matters. And the expert today will be Natalia Ligacheva, the editor-in-chief of Detector Media. Good afternoon, Natalia. Thank you for joining us. Great. I cannot hear you, but I have already introduced you. Yes, thank you for having me. Great. Then I'd like to invite the representatives of the first project called Fake Me. So please join us.
Roman.
Hello. This is a reptile, the one that managed to conquer the world. Wonderful. You have 7 minutes. Please get started. Good afternoon once more. My name is Roman Rosengort. I am writing scripts, comedy scripts. I represent the project called Fake Me. This is me. This is my company Caffeine film production. But I would like to start with the background. When the story broke out, so my mom told me how on the Russian news they said that there are airstrikes happening in Lugansk. They went to the balcony and they see that there are no airstrikes. They go back to the living room and on TV they say again that there are airstrikes, and they have realized that there is this parallel reality on TV. A good thing is that I have taken my parents away from Lugansk quite fast, but I was shocked by how fakes are distorting the reality. So with the help of this project, I want to show how the fakes are being created, how they are being disseminated, why people believe in them, and the most important, how do you fight them? How do you do fact-checking? And as I'm working with comedy, as you have seen, it would be the easiest for me to do that by creating some kind of a funny series, using humor to convey the messages, using interesting plot to convey the message, because it will be much easier to perceive this information. So according to the logline, honest journalist called Vika learns that her brother works in one media that is publishing fakes. The brother believes in it all. He's confident that he conveys the truth to the people and also tells the mother about it, because the internet never lies. That is why Victoria's mom refuses to be inoculated. Vika is a girl who's very courageous, ready for an adventure. She decides to reveal what this company is doing. That is why she also starts working at this company. She's using the hidden camera to film it everything. She wants to reveal the true nature of that company, to put the owners of this company behind the bars. Meanwhile, she has to hide and together with her colleagues work on some wild fake news. But not to harm people, she also creates the anonymous video blog on TikTok and YouTube where she dismantles fakes and tells how you differ truth from lies. To not be recognized, she uses a mask and the dinosaur suit like that to conquer the world. So the video becomes incredibly famous, and of course this drew the attention of the head of the company. This is Nicolas Cage, the head of our company, working there part-time. So first she is trying to fight this company, and then she understands that somebody is helping him from within the company and tries to understand who is the spy. So Vika has to lead a double life. That is why she all the time ends up in funny and sometimes even dangerous situations. This all is complicated even more when Zhenya, a blogger, reveals her. She is the most decent person working at that company. Zhenya does not say that Vika is the one who's doing that, because she agrees that actually, in general, she's right. And Zhenya appears to be not a guy, but rather a girl. She is a non-binary person. So do you want to know how it all ends? I also want to know how it all ends. So let us work on this TV series together. I hope that we'll be able to work with the expert, because doctoring was extremely useful in the beginning. In the first draft, Vika accidentally got to that company and had to stay there because of the guy she fell in love with. But the expert recommended to change it so that her story does not revolve around some guy, but rather to see her own evolution, to see her fighting for her values. We have changed it. Now she goes to the company consciously. She doesn't like the fake that are being created. She doesn't like how it threatens her mother's health. So basically, she tries to protect everything that's dear to her. Also, as it was suggested during the doctoring, we also made the horizontal structure. Now, there is a case that is related to a certain fake, and debunking it. Also, there is a funny story because of the heroine leading a double life. And there is also a storyline that has to do with the head of the company fighting Vika, because with every new episode, she's closer to the revelation. So here we also have the main storyline of Victoria, as well as storyline between Zhenya and Vika. This is mockumentary, so we will be using screen live technology. So the part of the scenes will be filmed using hidden camera. And this is a TV series for youth aged 20 to 35 years old who care for true, real information, but do not have enough time to do the fact-checking, as well as for those people who can differ truth from lie, but it is important for them to also tell others about that. Hope that now, instead of fighting with their parents about the fakes, the viewers will be able to show our TV series to them and also teach them how to use fact-checking. I would like to also demonstrate the use that even one person can change the situation, can change the society. Talking about distribution, TV channels first. Novy Kanal and Analog TV are the ones that suit the best to distribute it. Also, I have demonstrated to the producers of other TV channels, but they would like to see the script. And the second one, web platforms, VOD platforms, YouTube, social media. So we can make two versions. The one that is for online can be somewhat short or more concise. In general, I believe that we're gonna get a very funny, cool TV series, which most likely will be interesting for various layers of the society. Thank you. Thank you, Roman. Natalia, please join us, as well as our colleagues from TCA. I'm here. Can I ask a question? Yes, here is our Reptiloid joining us. And the director of our pilot episode. Good afternoon. I like the idea of fighting fakes, that it all is packed at the entertaining format. I think that the structure is overly complicated. The first episode, as far as I understand, you have the script for the first episode. I read it. I do not quite understand Victoria's motivation. I do not know many journalists in Ukraine who would be like that, who would hear their mom saying some kind of a nonsense, to be so concerned and so worried that they would leave their job. By the way, it is not clear where Vika used to be employed before. I think, I of course understand that that can be changed. But what is her motivation? I would have worked on it more. And I would like to also ask, what fakes are you gonna take? What will they have to do with? Because now the situation is quite complicated in Ukraine, and we do not know what's gonna happen when the project is implemented, if it is implemented. Because there is coronavirus pandemic plus Russian aggression in addition. So are you gonna combine various topics to use as fakes that Vika will be creating and then dismantling? Thank you for that question. Regarding Vika's motivation, this probably is the key question. We discussed it with the expert and we discussed it with our team. Several things are motivating Vika. One, she feels bad for her profession. And because I studied neurobiology and psychology, and I feel bad for the fakes that are science-related. Vika also feels bad for seeing people of her profession creating propaganda. These fakes also threaten her mother. It is not only about vaccination, because she does a lot of things based on what she learns from this fake news. Also, she feels sorry that she didn't pay enough attention to her younger brother. And that is why he started working for this company. She also feels sorry and ashamed that it is one thing when she's reading about fakes, and it is totally other thing when she knows that her brother is working on these fakes and disseminating them. So there are several things that are motivating her. That is why she decides to do something with that. Regarding her work, she used to work as a freelancer writing articles for various publications. So she didn't work full-time before, so she didn't have to quit it. She used to be a freelancer before. Regarding the fakes, the second question you asked, we did discuss what would be the list of fakes. We will be taking some very general type fake news, some international type fake news, and we will turn them into the local version of fake news. For example, there is a fake that the land is flat, that the planet Earth is flat. So there will be a fake that there will be people who will come to the Australian embassy because apparently Australia doesn't exist because the Earth is flat. Or the fake about the vaccination, that some chips are embedded into the human body via vaccination. And after vaccination, the people had problems with appendicitis, and the chip was found inside of the appendicitis. So Vika will have to go to that hospital to talk to the doctors working there to discuss how did it happen, what it was that they found, in fact, what they were told. So we will take some international fake news and make a local version of it. Here you can see on the screen a list of fakes. The majority of fake news are related to science or medicine or healthcare. Regarding the fake that have to do with Russia, well, we will see how the things evolve when we are actually implementing it all, because it is yet too difficult to forecast and foresee, because a war may break out tomorrow, or maybe there will be no war at all. Thank you. My recommendation is not to only focus on the threats in military domain, but rather pay more attention to the misinformation coming from the Russian Federation. That's what I meant. It shouldn't be the core fakes in the series, but at the same time, it would be good to touch upon that topic, because this is something that people globally are worried about. And on the other hand, we understand that this series should also be something of interest for the people living in the occupied territories, if it somehow manages to get there. So we have to be careful. But I would not avoid this topic either. And the main thing that I hope for is that these overly complex structure and complex relationship, motivation, and rebirth of the characters will not put to the second ground the cause that Victoria wanted to achieve, wanted to implement. because it is clear that she will be dismantling fake news. It cannot be the core storyline in the series. But you have to do it in a very good way so that the audience understands why are we doing that, for the sake of what. I've worked on TV series a lot, on over a dozen of them, and there are lots of memes that originated on my Facebook page. So I hope that my experience will be sufficient to improve it. And also I hope that we'll have an opportunity to work with the experts. In addition, we will also engage other screenwriters and other experts who are working with fake news. For example, such as the website on the other side of the news, there is also Stop Fake Project. So we will be engaging experts from this area. I suggest we wind up. Or Vera, do you have any questions? I have a question, if I may. Let's try giving a quick answer to that question. The format you've chosen, from the beginning of pitches, we were emphasizing that it is complex. Comedy is complex for conveying messages. And we as a team have gone through several comedies already, have worked with several comedies already. And the organization that is working using the money of American taxpayers, we are concerned about several things. In your script, we have seen that sometimes there are some swear words, some exaggerations. So are you ready, given our requirements, to adjust? Because it can have a lot of impact on the comedy in the series. I think that the situation is what makes comedy funny. That is why the dialogues can be written depending on what the TV channel wants to see, what the foundation wants to see. In any case, be it an online project or TV project, we will be working on it together. So I think that there will be some added on by the experts. Just one quick comment. I don't need you to answer back, because the way the foundation edits it usually makes it something that, according to the scriptwriters, will make it not that interesting. This is just the comment. It does not yet have an impact on anything. But there always are edits by the TV channels, by the customers, the clients. So you always have to find that balance so that it sticks to all the rules. And so that on the other hand, it also is engaging for the audience, so that it is engaging for the scriptwriters. So you always can strike the balance. Roman, thank you so much. I suggest we move on. Thank you. So thank you, Fake Me team. Now let us move on. And the next project is called Demanipulation.
So we do invite Maxim Sivanevsky. Maxim, good day. We can see your presentation. We can see you, but we don't hear you. Hello. Now it's working. Hello, you've got 7 minutes, please. The time is clicking. Thank you. My name is Maxim Sivanevsky. I'm the leading partner of the Social Impact Communication Agency. One of the spheres of our work and expertise which we have, the deep one, which is the work with the information, with the manipulations in the Ukrainian society. We're working on that for more than 7 years. We are one of the co-founders of the Ukrainian Crisis Center, and during those 7 years, we've implemented several dozens of projects in this topic. One of the interesting topics which we found for ourselves, an interesting fact, is that the majority of people understand that manipulation exists. They understand that the people are manipulated, but they are sure that they are not manipulated, that they are clever enough to avoid those manipulations. So we never thought how we can explain to the people that in fact it's taking place with everyone, how we can train people to avoid those manipulations. So we've got an idea of a TV show which has the name of Demanipulation. The format of the TV show is the team TV quiz, which has 2 teams of participants who compete with each other within a certain time frame for certain tasks. So they consider the real cases of manipulations of media in the social media. The participants are the students of the higher educational institutions. We mostly focused on the journalist faculty students, but those could be anyone. This show is similar to some famous formats in Ukraine like Brain Ring and What, Where, When. Those are 4 competitions with a very restricted time frame. We have 2 teams, 4 participants in each, and there is the host who plays a very important role in the show, and 3 judges who are the representatives of the expert community. Those are the people who are working in the organizations connected with the counteraction against manipulations, fakes, and those could be the representatives of the media who have high enough level of trust in the Ukrainian society. An important part is that we foresee the high involvement of the viewers, because the competition is created in the way that the viewer himself or herself will have the wish to answer those questions, to think through those ideas in their minds. And it's very important for the person to go together with us throughout this way, which formats we offer of the contests themselves. There will be 4 of them, but I will tell about 2 of them. One of them is called Russian Doll, Matryoshka. Its essence is that there is a piece of news from the Russian media which is manipulative with the heading, and within it we've got lots of manipulative components. The teams do not know the contents of this news, and the host gives different types of contents for them, parts of the content of this piece of news, and the team which will quicker guess what was behind the news, which fact led to this piece of news, will become the winner in this competition. As an example, what you can see on the screen, the heading, we're speaking about the German worker of the insurance company who came to Russia and got vaccinated. The teams will see just the heading of the news first, then they will see, for instance, some quote from the news, some lead of the news or the picture, and when the one who's the first to guess will be the winner. Another contest to explain to the people how we can explain the manipulations in the social media. One event took place, for instance, and 6 people wrote in different interpretations what really took place. It doesn't mean that they're cardinally different, but still they had their own perspective. Someone had some criticism, someone was positive, someone was the participant of that event. Our participants, the teams themselves, will see 6 roles on the screen, that is 6 names of the roles which are done by the people who wrote those posts. This could be the daughter of the local policeman, the MP of the local council, or directly the participant of the event, the local video blogger, and so on. So they choose the 3 roles each, and they're given the texts what was written by those people in the social media about this event. So as the outcome, the teams have 1 minute to find out, to clarify, having only 3 posts which describe this event, what really happened, what was taking place, what this piece of news was about. Well, the event was about, I mean. Distribution of the project itself, we foresee that we will be able to make a deal with one of the national TV channels. We have already negotiated with the TV channel. They are interested, but it's obvious that we have nothing to do without the pilot episode. But still, we consider the option, even if we fail with that. We had negotiations with several regional TV channels, and all of them are ready to take part in our project. They perceived it as an interesting one. So there are different options of distribution through the local channels if we fail in the negotiations with the national ones. And the show will be disseminated online as well. Why do we need it? In fact, in the entertaining way, we try to demonstrate how easy it is to manipulate us, to make people know how to counteract against manipulations, and the entertainment format will keep their audience and to fill the topic. What's important here, that we can see the continuation of this format of the show. It can be conducted offline, for instance, for the senior students at schools, the contests between the schools and universities. We can create even separate leagues, and the ones who are the winners in those offline competitions will get to the TV show. In this way, we'll be able to create a new intellectual type of sports, kind of sports in Ukraine to counteract disinformation. As for doctoring, we're really grateful to pitch you a team that we were able to work with really nice experts from France. We rethought the dynamics of the show. That's very important because first it was not that dynamic. We reduced the number of the participants because the two teams, each 6 people each, was too complicated to shoot, and we increased the role of the judges. They are not just assessors, they are direct participants now. We have a separate dramaturgy of interaction of the judges with the host, of the judges with the participants of the teams. Demanipulation is a TV show which is in the gaming where we'll get you to know how to counteract against disinformation. Thank you. Thank you, Maxim, so much. Natalia, dear colleagues, would you join, please? I've got the following question, which is a simple one. Why will it be interesting for the viewer to watch this talk show? I do understand why he or she is watching What, Where, When or Brain Ring. We understand why. Because those are the questions discussed, like the crosswords, which people like to, as puzzles, in fact. And rather often they have the celebrities among the participants or the hosts. Here you don't have this component, so this transition into offline, it seems to me rather interesting. But why does the TV viewer of a TV channel would want to watch it instead of some cool TV show at Netflix or maybe even Ukrainian TV channel? Well, so far I haven't understood that. Thank you for the question. Just one more moment. All the researchers witness that the whole audience considers that fakes exist, that it's a relevant issue, but to train how to find them out, well, nobody wants to do that. And secondly, many people consider that it does not concern them. Totally, absolutely. Could I add one more remark? There are certain activities where it's interesting to take part in for those who are taking part. And there are other activities which are interesting to be observed by other people. This is just to add to the first question. So why would it be interesting not only to take part in for the participants, but also it would be interesting to observe the process? Yes, thank you so much for the question. That's an important point. This is the quiz show. The quiz show is always the competition between the teams. It's always some kind of dynamics in the show when the teams are quickly discussing something, interacting, the news themselves, the cases we'll be discussing are totally diverse. That's what people face daily. That's what we can see daily. And the wish, some of them will bear fun character. They could be ridiculous. Some of them cannot be funny at all. But the main idea why the person is interested in that? Because every human being would like to consider themselves clever, as you asked, Natalia, because people would like to feel themselves clever, that they can guess something. But in the majority of cases, they cannot do that, but they would like to feel themselves smart enough to solve those tasks. Those tasks won't need some special new knowledge or expertise to find out where manipulation is and how people are manipulated, but the person will see, because we will deconstruct each of the stories. 4 different competitions. Well, I could not describe all of the 4 during my 7 minutes, but still, they are created in the gaming form, and the person sees, in fact, this internal cuisine. He or she feels, what is the clickbait heading? The majority of the people don't understand how it is done. So it will be shown through the competition. People will see that the heading was done in the way that it's already manipulating. The person did not even think that he or she was manipulated. And we will speak about that during the show. That's what's important here, for it to be very dynamic. And everything will take place very quickly. You need to feel where those elements of manipulations are taking place. Well, I like the idea of a talk show, and I could see my only wish is to involve some celebrity host, or hostess, in fact, like Serhiy Pritula, for instance. And secondly, for it to be for it to provide us with lots of new information for the people. For instance, this example which you mentioned, to go through the threshold, we should balance. I do apologize, it's easy for me to speak Russian. Not to make the people stop trusting media at all. That's what's important here. To speak about the high-quality media as well. That you can give this piece of news in this way or another way, and maybe the experts or the judges could mention about that. Yes, will be a very important point with the judges. The judges will be the direct participants as well. When they analyze any of the answers in each of the competitions, they will provide their own expertise and assessment. They will explain how it's working and whether this phenomenon is widely disseminated or not, to develop and to attract attention. What we can make people after this show, not just to distrust media, but to trust the media which are worth it. So the person needs to understand that there are some media which are worth trust. And I say this is the generation of headlines, when the people are living in the mode when they just read the headlines and shape their agenda of what is happening in the country. They just look through the headlines without the understanding that the headline is one of the most manipulative technologies. So to create the atmosphere that the person is watching the show and getting to some clever community of the cleverer people, well, okay. Let it be. Thank you. Maxim, maybe this is a secret for you, but the people are watching What, Where, When because they want to see how the clever people are winning, playing with the viewers. This is the main motivation to watch it. The connoisseurs and the process itself, how the team of really clever people can logically find the answer. So if you know, not a single country beyond the Soviet Union has a similar game, because in fact, the people are not that interested to watch this process abroad. Mostly, the gaming shows are mostly about the usual people answering some questions, and the viewers would like to try to answer, to be the first to answer. But if you notice, the Ukrainian TV doesn't have such quizzes because our viewers are not that interested somehow to compete with the peers at home. with the people who are answering some questions. So I've got the question to you. You don't have such a complicated structure. Did you modify it in the room? Did you try to make it and to pose those tasks for the people who are your guests in the room and to shoot it to understand the dynamics during those tasks and whether it's really interesting to observe all of that? Yes, we've rehearsed it together during our doctoring. We discussed it. As for the dynamics, we've worked on that from within. We have it, and we've totally rethought all the 4 contests. They were totally different first, and in the beginning, we rethought it to preserve the dynamics. The dynamics is important for the team here. One of the reasons, the reduction of the participants to the 4, because we wanted to have 6 of them, but we decreased this number to 4 to preserve these group dynamics, firstly. And secondly, it's obvious that in this format, we foresaw the preliminary work with the team. The team should be open enough to actively discuss what is taking place, to actively discuss some of the hypotheses, because there are some of the contests which do not foresee some teamwork, and they don't have, and they won't have some creative response and answer in the beginning. So yes, we've tested the dynamics, we feel it, we can see it, and it definitely exists, and it's interesting how it looks. So in fact, it looks interesting from the perspective of, well, it seems to us it will be interesting for the viewers. What's important here, that it would be interesting for the viewer as he or she will be with high probability, an average viewer will be capable to answer part of the questions, to solve part of the tasks. Thank you. Maxim, thank you, dear colleagues. Let us finalize the discussion. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. See you. Goodbye. Thank you. Goodbye. We do invite the representatives of the next, the other side of truth. Lesya and Konstantin, would you please join us? Lesya? Yes, hello. So this is my name is Lesya Lukyanenko. I'm the creative producer, and he's the co-author and the editor-in-chief of the project. So I don't have the computer now. I don't know whether you can see me. So Lesya, please, your time is clicking, so 7 minutes. Thank you. We represent the project The Other Side of Truth, which is the gaming TV series, the feature TV series about journalists and investigators. 16 or maybe 12 episodes. The format is of the vertical horizontal, when each of the episodes has an ending, in our case an investigation. So we consider that the journalists in our TV show are kind of detectives and the fighters for justice. I need to say that we never shot some TV shows about journalists in Ukraine. The media is the new topic and the new setting for the Ukrainian TV shows. Though there are wonderful world examples like TV show The Newsroom, Press, or some feature films like Spotlight, or the classics, or The President's Man, and we have developed our project basing upon those references. We were trying to analyze them and even to take some of the elements. So in a nutshell, our story is how the protagonist, the journalist, who has the name of Ruslan, is creating his own program of journalistic investigations. During the doctoring, we were asked to invent the case of how this case of journalist investigation will be implemented into the story. And we've created the outline of the pilot episode. We've invented how it can be done. And Kostya will tell about that in more details. So our story begins that the protagonist, the main character, Ruslan, the investigative journalist, after a long break, he's coming back to the TV and he is beginning to work in the newsroom. And his first editor's task is to shoot a report about the briefing at the customs office. But during the briefing, he accidentally gets to know about the traffic accident, mysterious traffic accident, where the woman was affected by it. The police came, but it's never documented in any registers. So he begins his own investigations. During that, he found out that the smuggled vehicle totally hit the woman, so he's opening the high-scale corrupt scheme on the vehicles smuggling, which was done by the state officials from the customs and police. During his investigation, he's in conflict with the editor-in-chief of the newsroom, who is also his older competitor, and finally he takes a decision to retire, but still his skill is not unnoticed, and he has the offer to stay at the TV channel, moreover to be the head of his own program of journalistic investigations, so he makes a decision to agree. After the doctoring, we decided to change the image of the protagonist a bit. We made him more muscular, we gave him the bike, he got an aim now, the goal: he would like to become the best investigative journalist in the country, moreover, not only the best, but to impact the country with his work, changing the country for the better. But still, altogether, the conflicts emerge, the temptation by the power, because out of the usual journalist, he's becoming a highly influential editor of the program with the high ratings, so he can manipulate public opinion. Since the first episode, we mentioned the method, noticing details and correlations, and he is willing to dig up the result. So if we conclude, as for the changes, if we sum up the changes which we introduced during the PQA, and it was born at this competition, at this contest, first of all, we changed the setting. We wanted to be in the internet as an editor's office, but we decided to make it TV channel, because TV channel would be more interesting for the viewers, and we would like to have a TV audience which is broader, which shows again our wish to develop the high quality investigative journalism on the TV screens. We also created the format of more vertical stories, because the channel ordered like this. They said that the procedural would be working better. We created the prehistory for the protagonist. We mentioned about his conflicts, and during the first episodes we showed his methods, and we also provided them with the rules of the investigations, which will take place in the following episodes, and we defined our main topic, which is the same formulation as the topic of this competition, that media matters. Konstantin, would you tell more about the messages? Yes, we decided to show as our characters how the media is working, how the journalism is working, how the journalists are working with the facts, how they search for the sources, how they search for the alternative opinion. So this is how we help the viewer to get to know how to differ the high-quality journalist material from the fakes, manipulations, or just subjective opinion, and it helps to increase the authority and the trust towards media. It helps to shape the people's critical attitude towards the news, the information, and also in this way we speak about rather important social problems and show the ways how to solve them. Which problems those could be? The corruption above mentioned, smuggling, contraband, the illegal construction, or the trade with the state positions, or the fake medicine, or casinos, and so on. One of the topics which we will totally develop during the season is the lack of water resources, because according to the data of the experts, the lack of water is getting higher. So far, it's not obvious to the people, so that is why the characters of our TV show, together with the viewers, will gradually acknowledge this problem, and finally they will understand how important it is. So through the simple, just common people, thanks to the common examples, simple examples will show how the fate of one person can impact everyone, the whole society. And finally, I'd like to add a couple of words about the distribution itself. We are closely cooperating with the TV channel of ICTV. As soon as we formed the first idea, we presented our project. They supported us. We've conducted several consultations, and they said what they'd like to see, which characters, what format. We're listening to that closely. And according to their forecasts, they are saying that approximately, if we have a successful creation, they can sell our product 3 times. That is more than 20 million viewers. And also we will cooperate with Film UA Digital to promote the project online. This is the company with whom we cooperated in the project, and there will be people. And we've collected nice indicators. The first episode of that show has gathered more than 2 million views in YouTube. They forecast 3 million of coverage in the social medias and 6 million of viewings in YouTube. And also we've presented the project to the distribution company of Film UA Distribution. They also supported us, and they say that they will be able to present our project at the world markets, and it has the potential for the sales into the European countries. That's it from us so far. I do hope that we are within the time limits, and then we are ready to answer your questions. Olesya Konstantin, thank you so much. Almost. Not totally. Now we're coming to the Q&A. Natalia, Vera, Alex, Katerina. I like the spy story because we know that mostly it is working for the viewers. The question is the following. I had the question about the distribution, in fact, and you were totally convincing when you said that there is some interest. I would say the same project more for non-TV, but for the dissemination in digital. But you said that there are broader plans, and that's interesting. If there is support of such studios like Film UA, their productions, well, you got rid of the questions which I had. And I like that in this situation, some other projects which we were considering now, they debunk the media. But now the project, vice versa, has some positive as for the media, and it's important as well. So I don't know the plans of the organizers of the competition, but still, to expand the palette of your support, I would consider possible to support such a project. And I will repeat again, I like the spy component, and I like that we don't have debunking only, but also some of the positive moments about the media. Thank you. Oh, and you got rid of all of my questions during the presentation. So, as for the media matters topic, I know that we spoke that TV matters, and we have some distrust towards the TV structures. That is why we decided to change internet and to replace it with the TV to strengthen the trust to the high-quality TV content, because it exists and it has to be on the TV screens. I've got one question. In fact, it emerged during your presentation. During the doctoring session, it was never mentioned, this idea of yours about the lack of water resources in Ukraine. That's an important topic. but maybe, and this is just a comment, maybe it can be changed, because although it's very important, for a more topic which is associated with the media more. Some global topic, maybe it could be impact of Russian propaganda onto how some of the messages are taken to Ukraine. Maybe the protagonist could fight with this issue, because even for the international distribution topic, this topic, which concerns not only Ukraine now, is really a very complex story, which can be totally comprehensible, as Natalia mentioned, a kind of a detective story, where you could show the process of the impact. But again, as for now, it's a comment only. It seems to me it would add a kind of media matters topic, not only from the trust towards Ukrainian TV channels and altogether to the media, but also from the perspective to show a bit of a different side of the coin. I will support Vera. I have the question, I just forgot it. This was a nice presentation. I also had the question, why this topic has become the central one? Because it seems to me that the central topic should be rethought, reconsidered. I can explain. In fact, developing this project, we were trying to base upon the real cases, the real investigations which were conducted by the journalists, for the viewers to have some common grounds, for them to compare it to reality, what is happening on the screen. Besides that, we did it on purpose, focusing upon the internal issues, the issues of corruption, and how the bad issues which we have in our country, that it may seem to be very distant, but it really impacts every single person. But it's an interesting idea to introduce the topic of external impact into this context. I think we could discuss that with the TV channel. Yes, sure, as it will be interesting for them. Yes, we just considered that our cases should include a certain puzzle or mystery. It could be some crime or hiding of the truth, what our investigative journalists are trying to discover. So we like this principle of the investigation, when a little detail, when you get interested into this detail, if you have this gift of seeing the links, then out of the smaller detail, you can find the bigger issue, what's in the spotlight, and the movie and All the President's Men. So that's why we decided to show the huge moment of the lack of water resources. But of course, it could be a different one. We could not make it a main one. We may change it and to think about your recommendations. We'll just invent some interesting story to have the mystery and the answer. 15 minutes are over. If you don't have any other questions left, we should finalize this part. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. We're moving on, and now I give the floor to the authors of the project Boat Farm.
Good afternoon. Give me a moment. Good afternoon again. We are presenting our project Boat Farm under the topic Media Matters. I will tell you in a nutshell about the plot. Our story is about a guy, Anton, from province, who comes from a small town, Shatsk, to Kiev. He's very ambitious. He wants to conquer the capital city. And first, everything seemingly goes well. He lives together with his girlfriend, and he works as a TV reporter. And then he starts working at the bot farm as a bot. First, it allows him to very quickly see how he is becoming better and better in his career, because he has a very good sense of humor. That is why he becomes quickly one of the leaders of this bot farm. But it leads to the problems in relationship with his lover, because she sees the change in him, including psychological change, the change of the consciousness of the main character. So they break up. And then the following happens. And the bot farm starts getting involved in large politics. He already became the partner, the co-owner of this bot farm. So they start trying to play the game of the large politics and fall under the control of a very influential oligarch who is trying to use them. And it is not about making money anymore. It rather is about saving your own life. They become the hostages in this situation because they have to do various dirty things that this person running for the office makes them to. And suddenly the task that they are asked to do is to destroy the reputation of a young journalist who is working with investigative journalism. And she is the person our main character likes. So there is a dilemma: destroying your love or somehow trying to get out of this bot farm and getting away from the owner of this bot farm. He makes the decision to reveal the bot farm. He talks about it on a TV channel. The bot farm collapses, but it doesn't help him to get back together with his lover, and in the end leads to him and all those who did it being prosecuted. With this project, we want to focus on the fact that today there is a very harsh information warfare. I think that everybody saw Social Dilemma, and everybody saw that information warfare is so much personalized, and it's so much is focused on the online portrait of every single person on the one hand. And on the other hand, we want to demonstrate how this story with the bot can be so versatile. This is a weapon that can even work against the owner. It can be turned 180 degrees in just moments. And it allows you to convey the information within seconds. So this is very dangerous weapon. But this weapon makes those who think that they control it the hostages in the end. So our character, having become successful quite rapidly, had to pay for that with the collapse of his life, his personality. So this is a story of people being addicted to information, and the story of those working in the sphere being addicted on it. So this is it in a nutshell. Now I'd like to give the floor to our producer. Tatiana, over to you. Thank you. The result of doctoring with Matthew, we have introduced several changes. First, we changed the format. We decided that it's not going to be a film. We decided that there will be 4 episodes. To a drama, we added the elements of a thriller. Also, we changed the storyline of the main character, of the protagonist, gave him more motivation to move to Kiev. This happens because his grandpa falls ill. And in the end, we also let him feel all of the negative implications of this bot farm. So to say, punished him, which led to his own life being destroyed. When developing the project, we started working with Mikita Knit from the cyber police. We realized that as of today, the bot farms are working legally, and it is impossible to quickly prosecute them. We have figured out how they work, how they are targeting the information, how they are creating fake news. And with the help of this project, We want to demonstrate the mechanism of how these news are created, to demonstrate who would be the client asking for this kind of fake news to be created, what impact it has on the population. We want to make people to think critically, especially those of the older age, because according to various statistical data, the older population tends to believe what they see on the news and read online. Also, we want to personify the responsibility of youth who start working for platforms. We can also show you a trailer. Oh, by the way, regarding the screening, we have already agreed with All TV. So we also are talking with Ukraine Media Group and 1+1 Media Group. Thank you so much. You have half a minute left, so it all depends on how long your trailer is. It is 1.5 minutes, so let us now move on to Q&A. I think that matters more. Sure, thank you so much. Natalia, you're with us? I have one question. Why is there no happy end? Why does everything have to be so tough? Why does it all have to end with the persecution? I would like to see a happy end as the viewer. Hello, my name is Victoria Galenstein. I'm the producer of a Snova film. In fact, the non-happy end came to being after the doctrine, because when we're talking about the liability and responsibility of the main character, having discussed it with Matthew, we have decided that there should be some personal responsibility of this person so that he cannot easily get out of it all. As he was involved in that all, he needs to be punished. It is not going to be a harsh punishment, so there is some hope for the happy end. So there is a open ending, but still we want to demonstrate the use that still you have to be personally responsible. You cannot do something and then get of it without any punishment and say that, well, I'm not to blame for anything. It happened on its own. And one of the references is the devil's lawyer. It also does not have a happy end. Nevertheless, that film is extremely popular. Yes, I'm not saying that it necessarily has to be a happy end, but talking about the Ukrainian reality, when everything is already quite sad and gloomy, and when there is the pandemic and there is this militarist threat, it seems to me that probably it needs to be softened. Or maybe the story needs to be made longer because he is punished, and then we can show that 5 years later something else happens, something good with this person, to leave some hope for the audience and not leave them in the state of no hope left. That is possible. Maybe the girlfriend will forgive him. That will be there, and in the end there will be the punishment, but he will not go to prison as such. The girl might forgive him, so there can be some hope that she will actually forgive him in the end, and will understand that he did it for the sake of something else. So yes, the ending should be open. Yeah, but we see that this kind of endings work well because we got a very good feedback with the mother. And thanks to having an unclear ending. So, yeah. Well, if there is an open ending, then yeah, some food for thought left afterwards. We want to show the punishment, but it's not like he's being sent to prison and killed there. No, we want the ending to be semi-open or open, understanding that the girl is waiting for him after he is done with his punishment, that he did it for her, that he did everything he could to close this platform. Yes, the open ending is something that we are gonna try to achieve. Thank you. I have a question. You said a little bit about the distribution, and I would like to ask you, when are you planning to show it? Because you already are asking for partial funding for the project. So if you win, what about the time when it premieres? Full next year. So by the summer, we're done with the editing. And first, we wanted to do it this year and premiere in spring. But as we want to work with large TV channels, except for the platform, because platforms are open to demonstrate it whenever. With a large TV channels such as Ukraine and 1+1 that we are negotiating with, they want to do that in fall next year. So we plan that by September next year it will premiere. And when will you get the answer from the large TV channels? When you already have it ready or before that? No, we are now having a very to-the-point negotiation. So we have already signed some agreements, and with the TV channels, I believe that within a month we will come to some kind of a conclusion. But yeah, we have quite serious negotiations at the moment. We're discussing the plot. It's just that now we are deciding who should we deal with, because OTV is part of Ukraine, because we were also have negotiations 1+1, and now we are deciding upon the channel. Thank you. OTV will be showing it for a fee or free of charge? We wanted it to be free of charge if it is with the large TV channels. If it is only platforms, then it will be for a fee, a paid content. So it all depends on additional funding. At the moment, we are hoping that it will be large TV channels and the platform, then it's going to be free of charge. And if for some reason, I think that it is not exactly probably, but if there are no two channels and if the platforms are already funded, then it will be paid content. I don't have any more questions. Great. Then thank you all so much. Thank you. All the best. Goodbye. Bye. So, ladies and gentlemen, congrats. Large block of presentations. Media matters. At 4:30, we're going to look at the topic Russian language content, reconnecting across the divide, which will be happening thanks to the UCBI project. So see you soon. Thank you all so much.
Колеги, доброго дня. Я пропоную розпочати.
Good afternoon. I suggest we get started. For those who have just joined you, I'd like to remind you that today is the final of PHUA3. We're talking about united and diverse Ukraine. And now, this is the final topic for the day, but nevertheless, not the one that would be less important. Russian language content, reconnecting across the divide. It is important to mention that this project is implemented thanks to the support from UCBI, thanks to the funding of USAID. First of all, I'd like to also introduce UCBI team that will today be listening to the pitches of our finalists. So colleagues, please join us if possible. Shadrach Ludman, country representative, USAID OTI. Tara Yarosh, Deputy Country Representative, USAID OTI. Erika Brakenpass, Chief of Party of the Ukraine Confidence Building Initiative Project. Natalia Belaeva, Deputy Chief of UCBI. Konstantin Kuznetsov, Senior Program Development Officer Alena Ageva, Program Development Officer Maria Velavko, Monitor and Evaluation Manager, as well as Tatiana Shimova, Senior Grant Manager. Welcome, colleagues. And of course, I would like to also introduce our international experts. I'm very glad to see all of you at our event. It is great that you will share your expertise and you will be present here. Peter Pomerantz, a media expert, journalist, TV producer, and writer from the United Kingdom. Also, Paul Copland is with us, TV producer and director from the UK. Adam Siegel. Hi, Adam. Screenwriter, producer from LA. And of course, Josh Weinstock, producer, Seasmoke Entertainment, and Viktor Piątkowski, showrunner, screenwriter, and producer, working with Bahama Films independent production. He's from Poland.
And wishing to our finalists and all of you good luck for today's final round.
So, I suggest we get started. And the first project, dedicated to Russian language content, reconnecting across the divide, is called Donbas Syndrome. So the project team, could you please join us so that we can get started? Good afternoon. Can you see and hear us? Good afternoon. We can see and hear you well. So please get started. You have 7 minutes to make your presentation. Good afternoon, esteemed experts and colleagues. My name is Oksana. I'm the director of Donbas Syndrome. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to be in the final. We would like to make the dark reality serious. The darkest hour is just before the dawn is its motto. Ukraine is going through the most complicated period in its history. There is an armed conflict that has been ongoing for 7 years now. Ukraine, with its culture historically, is very diverse. In the East and in the West, there is no same attitude toward the events that are happening, but every day volunteers are dying at the front line, fighting for the independence of our country. Lots of the veterans come back from ADO wounded with psychological trauma. PTSD is a deep wound in the soul of almost every war veteran who came across the terrible events happening at war. And this is the pain that destroys you from the inside. The main character, cheerful Tatiana, is working with these kind of people. She works at the psychological center and the main hospital for veterans. More than 1,000 people have already met with her. She keeps in touch with every single one of them, be it during the day or during the nighttime. And when new wounded soldiers are being brought to the hospital, she is waiting for these cars because she knows that her own son can also be among the soldiers because her 2 sons are also volunteers in Donbass. So our protagonist is Tatiana. In the project, we are gonna demonstrate her from various sides. She's a psychotherapist, keeps working with the patients every day. She's also a mother whose sons are fighting at war. We're gonna spend a lot of time with her, trying to build the trust. We're planning to film her in her work office during the therapy and hear personal stories of her patients to emphasize it and make it more unexpected. The memories that people start talking about. We will be using flashbacks, something that was introduced in filmmaking from psychotherapy. But in the first place, Tatiana is a human being She's simply a woman who has her own dreams and challenges in life. We are very grateful to Paul Copland for his advice. He suggested to unpack her personality more, show how different she is. Also, we have started demonstrating her more the truthful person. In the TV series, she will be singing in a choir, reading poems, or dancing in a nightclub. We will demonstrate how her optimism is helping her patients to find the motivation, the desire to live and get out of depression. We have also taken into account the advice from an expert, and we now want to make it more dynamic so that from episode 1 to 4, the viewers I kept at the edge of their seats waiting to find out more about what's happening with Tatiana and her patients. And I'd like to say that in the future, we also look forward to further cooperation with the experts. Despite the complexity of the topic, we want to make a very positive, socially important project. And now I'd like to give the floor to Olga Prokopenko, the creative producer. Thank you. So the topic of this project is very important for the Ukrainian society. As of today, we do not have clear statistics as to how many veterans and soldiers have PTSD. Nevertheless, in Ukraine, we have more than 400,000 people who participated in armed hostilities in Donbass. So this is something that demonstrates you the situation after 7 years of the conflict. Yes, our society is very diverse, but this is a topic that has to do with every single Ukrainian, regardless of the language they speak, regardless of where they live. And using Tatiana's story, we want to positively talk about the complex problem to change people's attitude towards ADO veterans, to shape the positive image, and in general, tell about the reality of life in Ukraine after the events that started in 2014. We want to fight at the culture front, and we want to also use internet to counter the Russian propaganda. We will be appealing to general human values, and we believe that this project can lead to a dialogue on very important topics and unite what's divided. So our target audience is very broad and diverse. The content will be working both for Russian and Ukrainian-speaking audience, including IDPs from Donbass, people living in the temporary occupied territories, which is Donbass and Crimea, as well as citizens in former Soviet countries. It will premiere on TV channel 5 as well as online. Then it will also be available on YouTube. English subtitles will be created for YouTube. A couple more TV channels are interested in our project, and now we are leading negotiations with them. But I would like to emphasize that we will be definitely suggesting Dom TV channel to broadcast our TV series because they are covering the temporarily occupied territories. It is very important for us to convey to people that we're also thinking about UA Donbass, UA Suspilne, and other TV channels. Also, it would be good to have it in film theaters. We have already carried out the research. We have filmed several scenes, and the teaser is ready. I would like to also emphasize that this problem that we are raising is very important because the conflict is ongoing. It is now going into the new stage. That is why we believe that it is very important to film this project, and we will be very glad to do that together with you. And now, let us take a look at our teaser.
Якщо засмучений ходить боєць, якось розпитайте. Якщо не картами, сядьте поговоріть. Хай малює там щось. Подивіться, що малює.
Расскажите, пожалуйста, про эту карту.
Время.
Время.
Идет, время было, время будет.
Ладно. Расскажите о этой карте.
А это через год пенсия.
Через год пенсия. Что здесь нарисовано?
Счастье.
Счастье, пикник.
Закройте глаза, отыщите в памяти момент, где вам хорошо, где вам комфортно. Кивните головой. Кто отыскал? Побудьте в этом моменте. Вспомните, что вы видели, что вы слышали, что вы чувствовали, что вам хотелось сказать. Улыбнитесь себе в этом моменте.
Тече річенька, невеличенька, схочу, перескочу. Віддайте мене, моя матінко, за кого я хочу. Віддайте мене, моя матінко, за кого я хочу.
Колеги, ви завершили презентацію.
Are you done with the presentation? Thank you so much.
Секундочку, я хочу попросити.
Can you please have one more moment? Could please two more people from our team join us? Sergey Volkov and Ms. Kurchuk. Yes, give us a moment. If we cannot find them, could they please use the raise hand function so that we can identify them among the attendees? Sarah Sergey? Good afternoon. And Helena, are you also there? Could you please unmute yourself, Helena? At the bottom of your Zoom screen, to the left, there is the microphone icon. No, we still cannot hear you, unfortunately. Give it another try. There, at the bottom. Oh, yeah, I found it. It works. Thank you.
Paul, Peter, Adam.
Hello. Should we ask some questions now? Yeah. So I think this is such an important project, and I think you've done a really good job revealing who Tatiana is and her story. What I want to know from you first is, what do you think is the core theme of your project? How would you best describe that in one general or a few general ideas?
Сергій, можливо, ти відповісти?
Sorry, maybe you could answer that. I'm sorry, I couldn't find the interpretation from the research. How do you describe in several words the core theme of our project? The core theme? The core theme of our project clearly is human values. And our project is called Donbas Syndrome. And we're drawing historical parallels with Afghan syndrome or Vietnam syndrome. And this is a true story about what is going on, about the large-scale change happening in the society. And we simply want to have a dialogue within the society and to understand how can we all live with it. And we want to create a positive film.
My other question would be, what do you expect the reaction of the people in Eastern Ukraine, particularly in Donbass and this region? What do you expect their reaction to be to this project?
I cannot hear the interpretation, so could probably some of my colleagues answer. The question was, what reaction are we expecting from the people residing in the East? Well, in fact, Our audience is very diverse, that we have already mentioned, and we understand that people are divided, that opinions are various. In the first place, we want to encourage people to participate in the dialogue. In the first place, specifically, people living in the East. People living in the east of Ukraine who are living in the government-controlled areas of Ukraine, the same as those who are living on the other side in the non-government-controlled area. We want them to start thinking, analyzing, to engage in a dialogue, to see the reality, to start thinking about other things, to look at it from a different perspective, to look at Ukraine from a different perspective, to look at the veterans from a different perspective, and to look at Tatiana, who is the one experiencing war every day. They will see these real-life stories. It will not be our subjective opinion. We will be rather demonstrating general human values that we appeal to. And I believe that this is something that will help us to get through to their souls and minds. Maybe some of my colleagues would like to add something.
Experts, maybe you have some other questions? Or you're still listening translation? Sorry, I didn't hear this.
Paul or Peter?
Paul,
do you have any?
No, I mean, essentially, I thought this was an excellent, a really excellent pitch from the beginning. And I still think it is. I suppose my only question is, how will the stories of the patients, Tatiana's patients, be used to build out the narrative so it's satisfying across the episodes, really? But I think from everything I've read, I'm very convinced that I think this could make a very good film, or films. To be honest, I don't have any questions on this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's very important. Dom generally, which is the channel that I think is going to be partnered, it might be partnered with this project. It's very important for people in the NGCA to have a sense of Ukraine's personality. And I think that personality could probably be built around principles of empathy and listening. And I think this film, in a very subtle and deep way, is all about that. It's about understanding and listening, and how these soldiers are listened to without it necessarily being ideological or partisan. It is about, sort of associating Ukraine with those activities. And I think that's very, very important to communicate to those audiences.
But it's about putting its people center stage, isn't it? I think, for me, it's about putting these people, and it's about a human connection between people across the divide, on the basis of human beings which you can relate to. I find in the taste tape there's an excellent scene of Tatiana saying goodbye to her son on his way to war. I just, that's good as it is. Good now. So yeah, I mean, good luck for me, really.
I'd like to emphasize the point about
thank you.
empathy and listening. I think that's right on for what I think the core of the project is. I think the idea, particularly coming from the West, Western Ukraine, that this is a country of tolerance and a country of the capability of listening and healing, is a really, really powerful core central theme. And I think that's something that if you really, as you develop it and build around that, always keep going back to that idea, because I think that's going to be something that's going to hold all of this together as you explore all these different stories that are going on.
Yeah.
Дякуємо учасникам.
Thank you so much.
У нас трошки час вже завершений.
Time is up. So if there is nothing else to add, I suggest we wind up with this project. Thank you so much for your pitch. Thank you and see you. Now let us move on. The next project The wind from the mountains.
So please, dear participants, would you join us now? Yes, we are here. Hello. Yeah, we can see you and hear you. Perfect. Nice. So, hello. Let us begin with a video instantly.
Дома. Адвокат сообщил, что Рамазанов Исмаил находится в ИВС Симферополя на улице Франко. Сейчас будем направляться туда.
Заборы заберут. Не должно быть заборов. Крым должен быть доступным. Никаких границ и заборов.
Папу всех хотим перевести, но он не хочет. У него там улики и дом, и он не хочет никуда ехать. Был одним из первых, кто приехал в Крым. То есть он там 20 лет, в 70-х годах, сорвался и поехал. Неожиданно.
Татарские композиторы еще не написали, у нас нет оперы вообще, да. Когда-то были, Рифат Асанов создавал, но его партитуры пропали, его расстреляли, и вся музыка его исчезла.
Мені дуже пощастило, знаєте, півроки в СІЗО. Це не 3 роки, це не 5, не 4 роки.
Очень надеюсь, что Киев станет тем городом, где я услышу: мы возвращаемся домой.
Доброго дня, мене звати...
Hello, my name is Yulia Kochetovna-Bozhniak. I am the film director of the documentary project Mounting Breeze, and I'm Katerina Yudina. I'm the manager of the project in the NGO Winter News Ukraine, and also I am the producer in this project. The Mounting Breeze is the meteorological term, the notion, because it's cool in the night and the dense air is going down to the valley, creating the pleasant and easy breeze. This is the state, this is the odor, the smell, the feeling which you remember wherever you are. The Mounting Breeze is the 5-episode documentary series about the Crimean Tatars and the home which they lost and they're trying to find back. This is the story with 5 protagonists. The real stories of real people who are different from those who are favorites of the media, which show just the famous representatives of Crimean Tatar community who cannot be the voice of the whole community. So who they are, our protagonists and characters? This is the artist Rustem, who is restoring the ancient Crimean Tatar ceramics, and his way home is the art project at the administrative border with the occupied Crimea, and the business lady Lerane, who is opening the Crimean Tatar restaurant, rethinking her home through the national cuisine. Hussein, the jazz musician who is composing the first opera in Crimean Tatar, the first in the world. Emil, the architect who is constructing buildings and the feeling of home for the others. But his home is his dad, who does not want to leave the Crimea for Kiev, and Emil is becoming the father himself in the end of the episode. And Ismail is activist and the political prisoner who spent half of the year and as a prisoner, and now he's helping to other prisoners. So the conflict of our documentary is rather deep, because each Crimean Tatar is feeling himself or herself as a plant who has been taken out of the roots twice. The arc is very simple, because in the end of the day, each of them finds his or her home. The story is very global, because we know that there can't be such a place as home. The final stage scene is the footage made by the stringer, the remarkable places for our characters who are the essence of their home, the yard where they were brought up, the empty room where his dad is, who would never leave his own native land. This will help us to cancel the traditional propaganda that Ukraine is a kind of an understate or that Crimea is Russian, which is not true, of course. What stage we are at? Now we are at the production. In July, we are ready to present the short film documentary with all of the characters together. We've already visited the platform of industry of DocuDays Festival and got a wonderful feedback from the experts. Now we are applying for the X-Oriented workshop to make this story global and to cooperate with the international partners. So behind us, we have a big team of Internews Ukraine who have a huge experience of the high-scale campaigns and distribution. Our audience is the Russian language population, which is residing in the countries of ex-USSR and also at the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. Those are the regions where we have the mostly disseminated Russian propaganda. That is why we have already involved several media partners who are ready to support us. Our biggest media partner is the Project of Current Time, which is broadcasting in 27 countries. It's Russian language, and this project is already ready to cooperate with us. And also, we want the film to be seen by the Ukrainians as well. That's why we are conducting active negotiations with our local platforms like ATR, Radio Liberty, and UA Crimea. And the last point, which is not the least, that is gratitude in the end of our presentation. What we changed, what we polished and crystallized thanks to the doctoring sessions, the form, the shape of our story. It's a docu-series. The main broadcaster, the key one, with the help of which we can reach the Russian-speaking audience online. This is the target audience, the choice of the key leading characters and protagonists who have the strong conflict, internal conflict, they have the potential for the travels, and the final point they achieve where all of them will find their home. Because the main thing is to remember about your own internal mounting breeze. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Yulia, Luda, thank you so much. Let's move to the Q&A session from the experts.
I can. Sorry, go ahead, Adam. I've got one. If you
go, well, no, you start. I have a bunch, but go ahead.
My question, Julia, was, what is? And I may not quite have understood the pitch entirely. How do you see the films finishing? What is the goal to which the characters are working towards? How is it going to give the audience? How's the narrative going to shape and build towards some kind of satisfying catharsis at the end of this, which will give me a feeling that I've watched something that has taken me on a journey rather than just a slice of these people's lives? How do you see yourself getting to that, giving that kind of narrative shape to the film?
Glad to see you. Thanks for the question. Actually, my main way of getting the core through each character and getting the core of the narrative is a trust. And if the time which we're gonna follow each character together, this super micro life which we're gonna live together, because everyone from our characters, they succeed, they fail, they miss. Someone wanna come back to Crimea and they just live the real challenging life, which is super close to the real life of the community. Actually, right now, Lerane, one of the characters, she said that, oh, probably I'm gonna go to Crimea for like few months, and I have no idea if my home is already in Kiev or still somewhere in transition, because everyone is in transition. Everyone is trying to finally find these roots in Kiev region, closer to the administrative border. But this this way to find this home inside is the most challenging and most interesting, because everyone had the experience of moving somewhere to study. Of course, not everyone had this terrifying experience of losing the home, but we had this feeling when you are not yet at home here, but not already at home there. So that's something what I'd love to put into the narrative and this something is super global, and it's making the story not just about the community, not just about Crimean Tatars, or not about the annexation of their home, but the global feeling that my home is inside.
So it's a search for home that may well not achieve a resolution. It may not be found.
Sure. I'm not super sure that in the end it's gonna be a happy end and everyone will find that that we will have the result, but at least they're gonna struggle for this result.
And they'll learn something. Yeah, for me, the definition of a really clearly defined goal of home in each character's story will really help you, I think. And then we can see whether they succeed or fail on each occasion. Sorry, Adam.
Well, that's great, because you unpacked a bunch of stuff that I was sort of wondering about. I think I particularly like this project because I think you found a very good balance between the kind of like documentary factual story with the poetry. And I think documentarians, you know, always have to remember, even though it's a factual story, it still has to be an emotional story. It still has to, it still has to be a narrative. And I think you've found that. I think your theme is very strong. And I think, as Paul just pointed out, like that will be what you hold on to, this theme of finding home. I even think the title is brilliant because it represents the transience, right? The wind coming in. It's home isn't something necessarily physical. It's something that can be transient. It's something that could come like the wind through the mountain. So I think that's something, and again, as you explore that in all these different stories, I think you'll get that question for Paul, that what he was getting at, to make sure that each one has a beginning, middle, and end, that you really do create that. My question actually was more about, I was unclear about the format. It seemed like on the one level, you're talking about these as 15 to 20 minute episodes, but in many ways, it also feels like a film. And I'm not saying you could maybe do both. I mean, there are projects that we have supported that actually have done that. So I'm just curious to hear how you're thinking about format and the different ways you're thinking about how to distribute this.
Mm-hmm. So actually, for the production line, we're planning to premiere the short documentary in July, and we want to distribute actually the episodes. But my big goal is to make a feature documentary focusing on 2 or 3 main characters among these 5. Because like the perfect example of distribution for me is Home Games by Alisa Kovalenko. They did the short documentary for The Guardian, published online, then made the series for Current Time, then get funding, and then made the feature documentary for festivals and for global audience. That's something which we would love to achieve and to get in the end, because this way of different formats will give us the possibility to reach different audience in different countries, and get more attention from media inside Ukraine and especially outside Ukraine. Because for me, as Ukrainian citizen, it's super important to talk about that. Crimea is an exit. That's the story which I'm living in, and that's the story of my country.
I think we have a project that we did about borscht, which we did the similar kind of thing, where it came as short segments and then it was put together as a film. So it worked on television, it worked on the web, and it also worked in cinemas. So I think it's definitely something doable, and it's a very, I think, a smart way of thinking about it.
As I recall, Julia, that was what you had intended. We talked about, as I recall from the doc, you talked about doing a feature, and obviously naturally you can weave together the contents of your shorter films into one longer piece naturally, probably keeping the best bits and cutting out some of the slightly less good bits. So it'll all be marvelous, I'm sure. But yeah, no, I think that's compelling. I just my full stress would be to make sure that as you make your films, as you go ahead and make your films, you give the audience a reason to lock into each of your character and care about them and root for them at the very start, and then follow them on that journey from which there is some kind of clear outcome. And I think you've got that with The Quest for Home. I mean, you might even need that as a subtitle, possibly. Possibly. But I would then I think this could be a really compelling idea. My only other note would be a lot of them are artists, and that's all really great, but artists, we all love artists, but they are slightly airy-fairy, whereas I think what's quite nice is to see people actually getting their hands dirty, which is why I like the woman who's the cook with the cafe, some ordinary people doing ordinary stuff, rather than just these people who are celebrated culturally within their community. That's great, but it's nice to see some people who are getting their hands dirty as well, a bit for me.
Sure, to balance fences with...
Well, so it doesn't feel alienating for a mass audience.
Yeah.
Guys, we're out of time, but Peter wants to add something, right?
No, but if we're out of time, we're out of time.
Let's go.
But I had a question about audiences. Julie, obviously, so you thinking that this is really... Because when you say docu-days, that's a very narrow audience. Guardian, that's a very narrow audience. Current Time, that's a very narrow audience. Are you thinking about how this film will impact audiences in the NGCA and I include actually in Crimea?
Would you like to add? Yeah, well, we are cooperating with Crim Rally as well, but we realize that as for now, we don't have a huge opportunity to reach the audiences in Crimea, except the internet connection, because we don't have any TV channels Ukrainian there. I guess we will use more opportunities for internet premieres and internet. Maybe we would share it via YouTube, but we still discussing this option. But there is a really, really strong network community of Crimean Tatars in Crimea right now. We have the connection with this network to share it even personally via Gmail, or like just sending the private link for them to sharing it between each other, because this community is more important than to have the premiere, which could be watched or not watched, if I would send the direct link to the people who could watch it wherever they have time.
Thank you so much, Yulia.
Congratulations,
everyone. Thank you. Have fun. Bye.
Let us move on to the next project. I invite the participants of Generation Z. That's Snezhana, Alexei, and Divan. Would you join us now? Alexei, hello, good day. Snezhana, hello. Just a moment. Yes, we're waiting. We're waiting for Ivan, right? Are we waiting for your colleague? Well, we may begin without him, and he may join us later. Maybe he has some technical issues, I don't know. Oh, he is here. Okay, perfect. So please, you may begin. Do you hear me? Yes, we do hear you. Perfect. So, hello, everyone. My name is Snezhana. I am the film director of the project. And now I will present it. So after 2014, there were changes in youth policy in Ukraine and in the policy in particular. All over Ukraine, there have been organizations created which are working on the development of children and youth. And thanks to volunteers, youth centers, children's camps, and specialized schools, our children have the opportunity to apply their acquired knowledge and experience for the future. Our project is the documentary 4-episode series. Those are the stories of volunteers, youth centers, children's camps, and famous people who care about the development of children in Ukraine and by their own example show that every child has the opportunity to learn, be creative, develop himself or herself, play sports, develop his own ideas. The uniqueness of our project is that there is a wide range of such organizations which help develop children and youth, that they work and function, and there are certain achievements. As for the format, we will provide the observation, and we also take certain interviews, short ones. One episode is 24 minutes. Each episode is dedicated to a separate area, but in the beginning of each episode, we will ask a question what our protagonist is dreaming about, and in the end of this episode we will hear the answer. So the first episode is devoted to the volunteers who voluntarily work with children from disadvantaged and low-income families, orphans, children from the war zone, single mothers who have experienced hardship. This episode includes 4 characters. The organization of Vodnik, with the head of Igor Yatluk, who teaches children yachting. The next organization, Give the Light of Hope, led by Anastasia, who created an Instagram page. She is finding the families and households and creating posts at this page, and everyone can make a child's dream come true. The next NGO is Yellow Bus, led by cinematographer Yaroslav Pilunsky, who teaches children from frontline areas the art of cinema, and the organization of City of Good, which is dealing with single mothers and their children. They teach single mothers new professions and help the children. The second episode is devoted to the youth centers, which is also beginning with the question what the children are dreaming about in those organizations. Those centers, the children can get the skills of the future professions, to study the language and to implement their creative potential. And also they have 4 protagonists. This is Zdybanka Youth Center in the border village of Batyovo between Hungary and Ukraine. In this center, children learn and study Hungarian and Ukrainian. They learn to dance, cooking. The next center is in Kharkiv. There, children and young people are helped to implement their own ideas and set the direction for future professions. The next center is Padyun in Uzhgorod, where they've got lots of clubs in various areas, and the center in Krasnograd in Kharkiv region, which helps young people to develop ideas and implement them in the city. The third episode is devoted to the children's camps of different spheres, where there are also 4 characters, 4 camps. That is the tent camp, which is located in Sumy region, and it takes the children from the temporarily occupied territories, and the children are taught cooking, they take part in the psychological trainings, and they're trying to fight the conflict situations. The next camp is Echo Camp under Kiev, closer to Kiev, with the children with special needs, where they learn horseback riding. They are working with the art therapy, and they're taught to live in harmony with nature. The next camp is in the Tuzla estuary, where children learn water sports, windsurfing, snorkeling, diving, and so on. And the camp at Lviv region, where children are taught the history of Ukraine and the world, and altogether how to be tolerant. And the next episode is devoted to the celebrities of sports and TV. This episode tells about the social responsibility of the celebrities in such schools, like the school of Gana Rezidinova, Yana Klochkova, the masterclasses of Yevgen Klopotenko and Klitschko Foundation, who have done lots of successful projects for the youth and the children. Our ideological component is to show the residents of the occupied territories that Ukraine takes care about the children, deals with the development of, and there's nothing scary to come back to Ukraine and to develop your children. We have already conducted a small research. We've been at the training at Vodnik organization. We got acquainted with the children. You can see them on the pictures. And we got to know which plans they have for the current year. As for the audience, well, of course, this is the audience from Ukraine. And first of all, NGCA, non-government controlled areas, Lugansk and Donetsk regions and the Crimea. Those are the adults and teenagers. We will disseminate our content through YouTube. And also, we have already the preliminary deal with the Dom TV channel, which is broadcast at the temporarily occupied territories. That's it. Thank you. You've got even 1 minute left. So let us then move to the experts, their questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. Did we lose Peter?
I think he's there.
Okay, there. He is. Okay. Well, Peter, you didn't get to start. You want to start this time?
Well, I think Paul's worked the most, so I think it'd be more interesting to get his insight. But I did have a bunch of questions.
I can jump in. So what I've slipped my mind is, how long is each episode?
Sorry, what was the question? Could you repeat the question?
How long is each episode in the series?
About 24
minutes. What's the format of the series? Is it 4 times 1 hour? 4 times 30 minutes?
24. 4 times 30, I think they said.
So I think there's great stuff here, but the question that's bothering me is, it seems to be, I think there's going to be, without doubt, an amazing subjects in here of amazing children with amazing stories. But at the moment, it's feeling like a list of camps and places that you're going to go to.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm going to watch is if I'm going to meet children. And my concern is, you've got so much here. There's so much material here that there won't be time for me to get to know children and the volunteers and the youth workers, and to start following the stories of what they're doing. So the children's stories, their backstory, and how they're trying to heal, and how the youth workers are trying to help and heal them. So for me, what I'm trying to work out is, my question, I suppose if it's a question, is how will you focus this down so that you'll be able to give me time as a viewer to get involved and interested in individual characters and stories?
We are planning first. We begin everything with the volunteers. And we've got lots of children there as well. If you take Vodnik organization, and we have communicated with them and children there, they have certain dreams. And those dreams are connected with the yachting. But there are some other dreams as well. And we will try to take our characters, I mean the children, and to provide them with different children's camps, to give them an opportunity to study foreign languages. Because Igor Yatluk, who is a volunteer in Vodnik, he said that the children need to develop in all of their spheres. So now he's trying to make them study English. So we can take our children to our other episodes as well. For instance, for the children camps episode.
So you can take you can take them across the episodes. That will help a lot.
So implementing and realizing their dreams, making them come true. We just make the dream of the child come true. And we show in the episodes.
I would, if I may jump in, one of the things I think my question was around was how you chose each episode structure. because I would challenge that. I would suggest you rethink how you structure this project, because I feel what Paul's getting at is exactly what my issue was, which is the most powerful emotional story you're telling are the dreams of these kids. And if I would consider building each episode around something more specific to those stories, to the dreams or to the aspirations, because the audience doesn't have an emotional connection to volunteer or to celebrity or to a camp. We connect to the emotional experience of people. And I think you will get more into that angle quicker when you really use what I think is very strong about this project, about this idea of the dreams of children. Because nothing is more important, regardless of where you live in Ukraine or where you live in the world, than the dreams of children. This is the hope that everyone lives for, right? And this is something that will engage your audience. So I would really be thinking about how do you structure it around that more than necessarily the location of where this is happening, if that makes sense.
I agree with that. I mean, I think I would for a start, I have a question whether the celebrity thing really fits in and is necessary, and why it's there as a fourth episode. I get it, maybe because it will bring an audience to the channel, but for me, I think, as Adam's saying, I think the danger is you've got too much material, and you'll rush through, and you won't get me caring about the children. That's the danger of the project, is being thought about, how you're thinking about it now. And for me, I would very strongly consider putting the children and character center stage, working out who they're going to be, and structure your documentaries around them. As Adam says, it can be through dreams, but it could also be through recovery from something that's happened to them. But it should be structuring around the character and thinking it about in that way, not program one, I'll go here, program one, I'll go there. Because what that's making me feeling is that you're going to be like zooming around, looking at loads of different kids and loads of different places, and you won't stay anywhere long enough for me truly to care. And as Adam says correctly, it's the human journey, the human story of these kids and the people trying to help them, but the kids most of all, which is what we care about and why we're going to watch.
I mean, for me, it's a question of genre. I mean, this should be all this. For why I got very excited reading about this was, and in conversations with you, was the story. I mean, this is sort of very classic human drama, and the risk is it becomes an extended news report about a camp.
Yeah,
and I don't think we care about that. We want. I mean, you could be moving between different places in one episode. I don't care. All I want to have is great kids, their relationships, and how they develop. And I just, that risk of it just becoming, and here is what this camp does, and here is what this camp does. Yeah. I think that's the biggest risk here.
I mean, it should have minimal commentary, in my view, this. You know, you need as far as possible to tell the story through the words of people. Whereas if it is a commentary driven, and so-and-so's and so-and-so's doing this, as Peter says, then that's a missed opportunity. That would be a missed opportunity. Now, I'm not saying, we're obviously not saying that's what you're trying to do, but the way the series is written up begs that question at the moment. And I think it needs to, as you take it forward, it needs to put the children and the characters center stage and structure everything around them.
Well, it's 1 minute left.
Ми так і хотіли зробити.
We wanted to do this way. We concentrated and focused on the children. But when we came to Vodnik organization, Igor Yatluk said to us, I've got lots of children, but not that many of the children will speak on camera. They will have the concentration on the children whom we are able to make speak, for them to tell something, to make contact with us. Understand. What we showed now is our just draft, what some of the plans, but not in each of the locations we'll find some children with whom we can make a proper contact emerging. So whatever you're saying now, yes, we've got all of that. But now, as this is a documentary, we cannot just say who exactly will be the character. We don't know those children personally. We will try to base upon the material, the footage. When we go there, when we see that there is a child who is ready to be in touch with us, and this child is dreaming for Klitschko to sign the boxer's gloves, for instance, we will go there and we'll bring him to Klitschko, and Klitschko will sign the boxing glove. But now we cannot promise anything about the children, about their dreams. It will take place when we can see them personally.
I don't doubt that you'll find it, Ivan. As I said, I think the danger is there's too much. You'll end up with too much. And as you develop it, you'll have to focus it down. Not just to the kids. I do think the youth workers are also really important. I totally buy that as a way into the children's stories. Because I also know filming with kids, they may not say very much.
Right.
Totally
and I would just say, look at this as a strategy, right? You're going in with different approaches to try to get at these stories. So again, if you're going to be looking at the youth workers, going at, but again, it's going to be, and that's why we're sort of just saying, you're going to be doing a lot of, we understand you're going to be looking at all these organizations. That's not the important piece. Look, and at this stage, you go for what you aspire to find. We know you don't have this yet. So you aspire, you're going to say, we want to find the kid who wants to get the signature. We want to find the child who wants to become a doctor and wants to sometimes study. And you hope that. You're not going to find it. You're going to find something else. But it gives us the sense that this is really the core and the structure of it, and get away from sort of the camp of the week. You know,
and probably what you could do now is you could say, and we're going to go to this camp where they're working with kids who've got post-traumatic stress disorder from being shelled or whatever it is, and they're going to go on these outings, which are going to also be a form of therapy, and we're going to follow the youth worker who's going to work with them through that process. Because that you will be able to identify that kind of thing. So focus is what I'd say. Bring it down, channel it down to character and human story, and then it will be really good. Don't spread out, channel it.
Sorry for interrupting you. We are out of time. Дякуємо дуже за презентацію.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you, dear experts, for the comments. We're moving on, and the next project... goodbye. Yeah, goodbye. Have a good day. And the next project is to Rostov, and I invite Volodymyr Nagorny.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Alrighty. Yes. Hello, guys. I'm right here at the movie set, actually. I'm producing my first feature film, but right now I'm going to talk about my screenwriting project. I want to emphasize this is a project to write screenplay, which I've been doing for 15 years. I'm a comedy screenwriter, but during my career in different countries, in the United States, in Canada, in Russia, and Ukraine, I mostly wrote films on for money, not from my own soul. So I really value this opportunity to write something from myself. And I think at this point, I'm really ready to say something. Well, let's get to the presentation. Can you see my screen right now?
Mm-hmm.
No?
No, we cannot see your screen now.
Oh, we just see you.
Yeah, how do I share my screen? How about now? Okay, can someone...
No, we still cannot hear it.
Here, I googled how to share screen. Supposed to be some green button here.
There's a green at the bottom.
Oh, I see. I see. Here it is. Yeah, here we go. How about now?
We still cannot see it.
And make sure you click on the application you want to show, not just your other screen. Click on the application that's going to be showing the film with the trailer.
Zoom. Sorry.
There is a screen share button. You have to first choose your presentation, open it, and then you have to click OK. Confirm it.
Share screen. Here we go. Share.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah. So this is a comedy movie called To Rostov. I'll tell you shortly about this story. But the title itself, it's comedic. That's what people say here to each other, meaning that you should like get out of the country and go to Russia, where you belong, right? I get it sometimes, though I'm patriot of Ukraine, but I speak Russian. And I guess this is going somewhere to the place I don't like. That's why I submitted this screenplay project to unite people around some idea, which I find very inspiring and profound. This is going to be a road movie, body movie, as it goes. It's kind of offbeat comedy with a deeper meaning. If you don't mind, I'll read off the screen this story. So the setting of the film is March of 2014, right after the Revolution of Dignity and before the Russian-Ukrainian War. The story is about a corrupt Ukrainian official who escapes Kiev in a food truck. He travels to Rostov, Russia, where he hopes to find a new home. His accidental travel buddy is a young cook, a native of Kazakhstan, who lived in Ukraine all his life and doesn't reflect much on what it means to be Ukrainian and where his home is. The journey will reveal to both characters what it means to be at home and why it is important. So that is the story, and Adam probably remembers this was pretty funny. I had some funny moments already invented, and Adam really helped me to dig much deeper into characters, and I found out that my main character is not who I thought it was. It's a young guy who lived his life in Ukraine, but he's actually originally from Kazakhstan. And during this funny road movie, where the food truck drives on the rural areas of Ukraine, they find their soul. They find what makes both of them, the corrupt politician and the poor young Kazakh guy, what they make them Ukrainians. That is a deeper meaning for me. I think this story is really relevant right now. It needs to be told because right now there is clash of two ideas, and I just read it recently, and I really like this concept. Some people think about Ukraine as something small and unified. All of us should speak Ukrainian, wear vyshyvankas, and pray to the Orthodox God, right? Some of us, including me, think that Ukraine should absorb everything that we got from Soviet Union, and just accept everything we have, the diversity, the Russians, the Ukrainians, the Tatars, the Greeks, the Jews. We should accept that. We should be proud of our heritage, but also we can contain with that the progressive way of moving toward more like Western civilization culture, not going back to Soviet Union. And right now we are pretty much on the verge of the war. And this war coming from Russia is using Ukrainians, Russian-speaking Ukrainians, as victims. They victimize us to show that we need protection, as Hitler did and all the previous conquerors did. So also, I think I'm a perfect speaker for this story because my personal story, I was born in Russia. I grew up in Ukraine, which is annexed by Russia right now. And I grew up, I went to law school in Kharkiv, Ukraine. And I went to corporate law. For 2 years, I was watching the huge corrupt politicians stealing billions of dollars. And I realized that for 2 years, I was laundering money for them. So I quit that. I went to the United States. I went to UCLA Film School. Yeah, I started my filmmaking career. And I ended up actually in Moscow in winter of 2014 when the war started. So I'm just sitting there looking at what's happening. I'm just going nuts because my country where I'm from is attacking my country I'm citizen of. So I went back to Ukraine and just look at me. I've been to the United States, to Canada, to Russia, and to Ukraine. I'm Russian who lived in Crimea, next Crimea. And I see all these different perspectives, the prosperous boiling pot of Canada and the United States. And I see the authoritarian in Russia as future models for Ukraine. And all this smart talk is about going to be put into a very funny story. I know how to write those. But me and Adam worked on the idea. I had kind of a hazy, maybe home, this is fine or everything. But actually what we realized during our 2-hour conversation that the main theme of this film is like I did, you can find happiness by doing good at your home place. I'm actually happy right now. I'm making films here. Here's Ukrainian stories. I'm like part of the crew, right? I'm producer. I'm so much happier here than I was in Moscow, in Hollywood. Sorry, Adam, I like it here, right? And I can tell to everybody, guys, don't go somewhere where everything's already been done. Do stuff here. Change this country. Change this world. And again, I'm a mass, I belong to mass culture, right? I make films for huge audiences. I have 4 features produced with the big budgets. So I'm going to put it in a funny comedy, maybe even raunchy, not raunchy, but not corny, but raunchy. Yeah. So I already started talking my previous success. This is important. This is relevant. I'm producer, screenwriter. I worked in film industry in the United States and Moscow and Ukraine. And my previous film was a big box office hit. It was a road movie like this one is going to be. And it won Ukrainian Oscar for Best Film Audience Choice Award. And we had longest running theaters, which is long tail. People just had to talk to each other and told it this is actually a good film, right? So I had all this done. It was my first film. Unfortunately, I wasn't a producer on that one. So I don't have money to just sit down and spend 5 to 8 months to write this feature. That's why I'm applying for this grant. But speaking about developing, right, you always have to think about how I'm going to produce this script. And production will repeat same model that we used on my previous Ukrainian film. It's going to be just very good script. I'll get some major star. I have access to them. But we're going to use cheap locations because this travel movie. And we're going to travel. We're going from city to city. I'm doing right now. I'm in Ivano-Frankivsk right now. And it's like 7 cities we're shooting this film. And we're going to do the same for that travel movie. So now we're going to have travel crew to shoot travel movie. Again,
Vladimir, I'm very sorry. You're out of time. You're speaking very quickly. It's difficult to interrupt you.
Can I just say about distribution is important?
Go to the
Sure, finish it.
Yeah. Here's my company, right? I'm opening 24 theaters in this year. We start June 1st. You can see at the screen, this is our like mobile theaters. This is actual business I'm doing right now. So we're going to show this film next year. We're going to have 100 theaters. So I have my own distribution. I also have this TV channel, Dom. They happily signed up to show this film. And that's it.
There you go. Very good.
It's like speed dating.
It is. It's exactly like speed dating. I've never done that, but this is what it is like. You did well. Thank you, Vladimir.
Thank you.
All right, you want to stop sharing screen?
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
All right. As Peter, great. And is Paul going to join? I worked with Vladimir, so why don't you guys jump in with some thoughts you have? Because I think he's heard a lot from me.
I just had some basic stuff. It was so much to take in, and I was so inspired by your story.
Yeah.
And I thought, why aren't you doing something about your story? Because that was it. Why are you looking for a metaphor for your story when you didn't?
It is my story. I quit Ukraine in 2002. I thought that's enough for me, right? I went to America. Everything is done already. But when I came back, I thought so much more fun. It's dramatic here. Some stuff to do, right? I can apply myself. And applying myself for really low pay right now, I'm happy. So that's something I can put in the character. The older guy is actually me, I think.
Okay, but I just need to sort of like back up a little bit. So you're looking for money just for the development part, for the script writing part. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm going to write script. I have a writing partner, and there's money for translation because I have to translate everything to English and Ukrainian. So I budgeted for that. But this let me to live for like 8 months without thinking about rent, so I can actually concentrate on the script. It's going to end up great script. Also, this money will allow me to travel. Already did one trip. I'm going to do 2 more. Travel and meet people and find new ideas. So this is all in this budget.
Okay, so you're pitching for money for script writing and development, not
just that. I'm going to produce my own money or just some government grant.
Okay. Paul, did you want to ask? You work much more.
The same question, really. I was just trying to understand what you were. There was a development.
Yeah, it's like $20,000 for writing a script.
Yeah, and then everything else follows from that script, as it does in drama. Script first, then think about everything else.
My experience is you have great script. First of all, you can attract very good star, and I already did that. And also, there's cheap to shoot. You travel, you like in the fields and forests, but you have great conflict there, so you don't need much budget. I think the budget for this film is going to be like $200,000.
Yeah, well, the rest of it, you kind of know the world you're operating in. It's a road movie. You know what it is. You know roughly how it's going to work, what it's going to look like, roughly what it's going to take to shoot. Because you've done it before.
All of my 4 films that were produced.
Yeah, you've done it before. So it really depends on the script and how the character and narrative and dialogue. So yeah.
In your previous scripts that did so well, you worked alone or with is there a team that works with you, or tell me about your work process?
Well, there's always team. There's always development hell I went through, but I worked with biggest producers. You might know Timur Bekmambetov. He actually discovered me. He's now in Los Angeles shooting big films. Sergei Bodrov, Bondarchuk, all those people. I've directed some stuff. And here in Ukraine, I started a screenwriting company. It was first screenwriting company in Ukraine. And our first order was to write that Didio Contrabass road movie that did so well. And that movie was technically made so it will have big box office with the little budget. I had to research Western Ukraine, which I don't even know what it was about. I just researched it, and everybody says, well, you just saw our life. We recognize ourselves. And that is so easy because road movies is a metaphor for life. The travel in film is the same travel we experience during our life from birth to death, right? And at this travel, each of us see the moment where you maybe can push escape button and go some other countries when everything's already fine. So I'm working on that moment. So now we have a big divide between people who want to go back to USSR and some people want to go back to some ideal Ukraine they imagined. I want to stay in the middle. I want to say, yeah, let's just keep together, keep it diverse, and love each other and working here at home.
And one of the ideas that we explored, I think that it's coming out of your story, even though it's not a direct translation. What you have done is you have found this concept of home through meaning, right? And I think that's a central theme that is running through it. It's not just that, oh, Ukraine's my home, or, you know, LA or Canada was my home, or Russia. It was, this is where I found purpose and meaning. And that's where home can thrive. And
yeah,
that's
I heard great, somebody said home is the feeling. And that is true. Home is not a place. I was born in Russia. I don't even feel that. But feeling I get right now that I'm needed here. And this is the feeling you should get. And you need it usually where you were born and you know people and you went to school to these guys and girls. You want to succeed in front of them, not from some aliens where you just came to. But again, I want guys to think this is some political message, or it's going to be funny comedy where I have many jokes. Adam knows there's chases, there's funny police scenes, there's little self-irony on that, and great trail because it's March of 2014, right after the revolution and right before war. This very romantic time in Ukrainian history when we all thought everything's going to be fine, and I just catch this little glimpse of romanticism. And I also want to call it first comedy about Maidan because it just started in Maidan. Like I'll get great feedback this way. Like it's
So Vladimir, if you had to put it in a nutshell, and I assume this is for the reconnecting across the divide theme, how is it going to do that? How is it going to appeal to a diverse set of audiences in Ukraine, including those in occupied territories? I think I know the answer. I think I know what you're going to say, but I'd like to hear you say it.
Well, I'd like
and go beyond.
I'd like to hear what you thought I was going to say.
Yeah.
I actually didn't quite understood the question. What's going to connect?
Well, I mean, what is it that's going to appeal to people? So, as I understand it, the certain thing I've been working on is reconnecting across the divide in Ukraine. So, there's particular attention being paid to audiences in occupied territories. Well, what is it about your film that's going to work for them?
Yeah, first of all, it's humor. I started in the United States as a Republican, and so thank you to Jon Stewart. I switched to the other side completely. Great jokes and meaning in those jokes. That actually, I thought this is true, and truth is if you want to make joke, you need to know the truth. You're telling the truth, and people laugh. Like John Carlin, he doesn't even make jokes, right? He just tells truth, and everybody laughs. So humor will get me audience on both sides. I'm not going to make it politically at all. It's going to be caricature, cartoon of a politician, cartoon of this young the cook who didn't even know Maidan happened. So humor is first thing. Second is relevance. All of us are thinking about this journey from Kiev to Rostov. All of us, Russian side and the Western side. Some of them in negative way, some of them in positive way. They will be very curious to see what I came up with. And that's why I came up with this very expensive shot, first shot, opening shot CGI of Maidan. I'm going to show Maidan for film in 4K, and this cost me $35,000. But that's going to be in trailer. They're going to want to see what kind of funny story I can put in the situation when everything blew up, 100 people died, and then I have funny story. So I have all these marketing tools already inside my concept.
Colleagues, I'd suggest to sum up because we're out of time.
I think what will really sum up real quickly is this notion that a little bit to your point, Paul, is that Vladimir doesn't speak like a nationalist. He loves country. He loves Ukraine, but it's about not excluding. You don't have to, just because you love your country doesn't mean you have to exclude everything else. And I think it's these values that are about open society, about recognizing the importance of difference. And I think that's one of the things that his unique story offers, which I found really connecting. But I think, and you did a good job, I think, at expressing who you are, because that's where I think the power of this project will come out of. I mean, really coming from your lived experience.
Yeah, and I want people to unite around ideas, not around traits. And I'm looking for this national idea of Ukraine. And unity should be in freedom, not in some traits, not in language, not in territory. That can unify us. We're against Russia, not because we hate Russians, because we hate corruption and authoritarianism. That's why. And this dialogue is going to be core of the film. Dialogue of two very different people in very interesting time.
That's why you need to write a script and write that dialogue, and then everyone will know. I mean,
20 grand.
Yeah, I think all I'd say about it is that for me, the interest is the humor. Is that, as everyone knew, as Shakespeare knew, humor is the best way, one of the best ways to approach difficult subjects.
Right.
Because it's not threatened. So if you can approach difficult subjects through humor, you can expose them and unpack them without taking sides.
It's not boring
or alienating everyone. And also, it's fun. I mean, that's what humor does. So it's a comedy. So I think were it not a comedy, that I think that works.
Yeah, humor is not threatening. Humor is universal. Humor is like comfort zone for everybody. They're gonna go see a funny story, but I'll dig all those ideas are just revealed for you. I'll dig them deep inside all those comedic situations.
Well, it doesn't matter what side of the conflict you're in. If something's funny, you can still laugh at it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting you.
I think that's it. We got
discussion, but it's not a discussion already. Next time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Vladimir.
Nice to see you guys. Bye.
Good to see you again.
Дякуємо ще раз Володимиру.
Thank you once more, Volodymyr. Let us move on to the next project that is called The Price of the Conflict. And I'd like to give the floor to Oleg, Volodymyr, and Polina. Polina, good afternoon. We can see you. Good afternoon. Are we also waiting for your peers to join? Yeah, is that right? I don't see them. Can you see them? Oleg? Are you here? Volodymyr is with us. And Oleg is also here. Great, you have 7 minutes. My name is Polina German. I'm producer of The Price of the Conflict. This is a project that is dedicated to the economic consequences of war in the East. Thanks to the doctrine advice, our team decided to change the format of the project. We have to better balance the amount of the material collected and grab the attention of the viewers. That is why instead of a feature film, we will have a documentary series, 4 episodes long. And here is a teaser of our pilot episode, which we have also changed, taken into account the advice provided during doctrine. Could you please start it?
Антитерористична операція на Сході із локальної перетворилася на війну.
Бои в районе Дебальцево идут 5-е сутки.
Хватит кормить Запад. Вот этими руками, горбом.
Предприятия угольной промышленности Донецкой Народной Республики готовы принять на работу более 3700 шахтеров.
Нашу шахту Никанор Новая закрывают.
Мы сейчас без ничего, у нас 20 месяцев задолженности.
Это сделали украинские власти. Ввели сплошную экономическую блокаду.
Территория, которая не может вообще ничего инвестировать никуда, она сама живет на дотации Российской Федерации.
Я видел от 2 до 5 миллиардов долларов в год для Москвы, чтобы поддержать социоэкономическую основу этих территорий.
So we have to support this territory economically. Now Pushilin controls everything in DNR. And the call goes to Mr. Kulchenko. He's seen as the organizer of this whole thing, but in fact he's only executing it. If the coal is being taken somewhere, it goes via the Russian Federation. When it has been loaded on the ships, it is mixed. Part of Rostov coal is mixed with the bigger amount of coal from Donbas. If we needed the Donbas, then the industrial facilities would not be taken away from there. The metal would not be taken away from there. And the price of the conflict. Next, I would like to give the floor to the author of our idea and our scriptwriter, Oleg Bogatov. Good afternoon. I was born and spent 25 years in Donetsk. Even though I left it 20 years ago, I still all the time was following the events and the place where I was born. Starting in 2004, I was working with Ukroprom website that is dedicated to mining. When the war broke out in Donbass, the vast majority of enterprises and production facilities that we were and are writing about found themselves in the conflict zone. So we've been analyzing for 7 years now what is happening on both sides of the contact line. Our series is made of 4 episodes. Each of them is dedicated to one of industries: peat, coal mining, metallurgy, chemical production, and creative industries. And the project allows you to look at the situation through the prism of work at certain enterprises and monotowns that used to work with the occupied areas in Donbass, as well as interviews with those people who are employed in the enterprises who stayed on the other side of the line. We are trying to engage the audience, and our film will be partially an observation, and we will try to compare and bring together this puzzle. And we'll try to answer the question of how Ordlo is surviving. I would like to tell about one of the episodes that is dedicated to coal mining in the occupied Donbass, and I would like to express the gratitude to our experts, to Peter Pomerantsev and Paul Kaufman, for their mentorship, because they helped us to improve the quality of our pilot and our script. So the economy is on the verge of collapse there. It is barely staying afloat only thanks to the money coming from the Russian Federation, and we want to tell about it through the prism of our main characters, people from Anthracite. They were very enthusiastic about the so-called Russian Spring in 2014 in Donbass. As a result, Anthracite became one of the main centers of the separatist movement in Lugansk region. But 7 years later, the miners have realized that lots of them are fired, and even in the so-called People's Republics, they do not get paid properly. Unlike the majority of documentary projects, our series will not simply be revealing the poor economic situation in Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics. We will tell about how naive people who believed in the utopia of the People's Republics were deceived. It will also show you how the money is stolen from Donbass. Now I'd like to give the floor to the co-writer Vladimir Sitko, who is also a director, and he will tell about how it will be visually implemented. You have 1 minute left. Inaudible. Vladimir, could you please unmute yourself? We cannot hear you. Can you hear me now? You have 1 minute. Okay. As Oleg said, our series will be based on 3 bits: research, investigation, and observation. And the large part of the series will be dedicated to investigation, because we believe that this will allow us to cover the situation as good as possible. Now, regarding how do we approach it visually, there will be the voice telling this story, and there will be also a professional who understands how this whole thing works. Also, we will be demonstrating a video from archives and plenty of other video that is available online. So some places, the videos that are already available will help us to better demonstrate what's happening there. And also when editing, we will be using graphics and animation. Also, we will pay a lot of attention to interviews. We will record good quality interviews using at least 3 cameras so that it is not boring. And we also will be using videos from archives and other videos. And summing it up, I would like to say that we have realized that in the occupied Donbass, it seems that more and more people who came to a referendum in 2014 now understand that they have simply been deceived. But at the same time, there are lots of people who still do not know. They cannot decide where they are, were they deceived or not. So we hope that our series will help them make the final choice and understand that they were deceived, that they were robbed, and that the oligarchs keep robbing them. Thank you so much.
Please, your questions or comments are welcomed.
Who's going first? Me?
Peter? I'll go, actually. I was really struck by this project. I think, thank you very much. This is a very compelling project. That said, what the challenge you have is you're speaking to people who will probably not believe you, who will probably just say, as they say in the US, fake news, you're just propaganda. So what is your strategy to actually connect to them? How do you convince people in your storytelling that you are really giving them credible information?
In
the first place, there will be the visual evidence. For example, when we're talking about Kurchenko case, who we believe is the person who benefits the most from it, who benefits the most from the current economic chaos in Donbass, we will demonstrate to the audience, to the viewers, the manner that he has in Rublovka, a very fashionable area not far from Moscow. We're going to demonstrate a business center owned by him in the center of Moscow, and also some other facilities that he purchased over the last 6 years in the occupied Crimea. Aside from that, we will also introduce very respectable experts. Probably we will also be able to engage Russian experts who probably get more trust in those territories from the people who are not perceived as the enemies. So we'll try to do our best to prove it.
I've got a question, Adam, or you got another one?
Yeah, no, just jump in.
I mean, essentially, it's, I kind of agree a little, I mean, building on what Adam said, for me, this project will entirely stand or fall on the quality of its journalism. And what we haven't talked about in the pitch is the 2 essential components of that, really, one of which is interviews and who you're going to interview. There's a related question to that as to how you're going to keep them safe if they're in the occupied territories. But who you're going to interview and why will they be credible? And the second question is, what can you get in terms of documents, financial records, those things? Because I think to make a compelling case, you need to amass an evidence. I mean, it's a massive piece of journalism. Now, in our doctoring sessions, we discussed this, and I know you were working with a Polish journalist. I'd just like to hear how you've moved that forwards and how you see yourselves bottoming out that. Because I can tell you, having worked, start my career from the BBC and journalism and the Economist and other organisations, they would be crawling all over this, take years over it. So how are you going to intend to really bottom this out?
In
the first place, regarding the work with the interviewees on the other side, we're planning to organize it in different ways. The part of them wants to stay anonymous for a clear reason. And of course, we have to do it the way they want. We will change their voice. We will cover their faces. So here we will mainly be talking about trade union leadership from anthracite. Some of them are actually even ready to speak openly using Zoom or sending answers to our questions. They will do that using the cameras on their mobile phones. Also, we can film bits of mines in those territories. Regarding the evidence, in the first place, we will be using the information from the investigation that was carried out by our Polish colleagues. That was published, there was a book that was published dedicated to that, and there is plenty of evidence, including lots of documents that prove that the coal from the occupied territories of Ukraine really gets to the European markets illegally. I believe that this is sufficient for now, but we will keep digging deeper. I'd like to also add something to that. There are lots of people who used to live in Donbass, but then they were so frustrated that they decided to come to the GCA, and they are also ready to talk, and it will be even more interesting. So if we take a person who first used to live there, who went to the referendum, who wanted to have Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic, but then felt so frustrated and realized that they are living in hell without money, in constant tension, under constant shelling, they just take their whole family, move to the government-controlled area, and we want to find such people. My friends promised me to help finding people like that, and we want to interview them. They really want to speak up, and this is a huge trauma for them because they had to leave their home. So they want to tell about how their mind changed, how they evolved, why they first believed the Russian propaganda, and how much desperate they should have felt so that they left it all behind and actually moved to the GCA to start it all anew. The time is up.
Because we're out of time.
Out of time. Can I just make another point, though, real quick, that there are some aspects of the story where you have the striking miners, and you have some very good ways to get in because you're looking at actual problems that exist that you can identify. The other area, though, that you need to make a decision on, because quite frankly, it's very likely that people in this region are more likely to blame Ukraine for their problems because Ukraine puts these bans on selling their coal. So they can say, oh, well, they're selling coal illegally. Who cares? So you have to remember, this is the audience that, if this is the audience you're trying to convince, you have to sort of approach your arguments from their point of view, which is they should be able to sell their coal. They don't agree with this. So it's keeping that balance in there and being fair about it, being fair, saying maybe this isn't the right approach. Maybe this isn't fair. We can understand that. So the more that you give that kind of sense of balance, the more likely people are willing to listen to you. And that's my minor point.
I've got one very quick piece of advice, if there's just a moment. So for me, I think it's great you working with a Polish journalist. That will really help. What I would do is to get, wherever you can, not test out their evidence, use whether that's going to neutral experts outside Ukraine, forensic accountants to tell you, yes, this is where that's happened. The things have, this is what's happened. Whether it's, if you're saying that coal is being shipped illegally to Europe, how can you prove that? I mean, can you track a consignment through shipping records, for instance? I don't know. But the more documentary evidence and detail you give, the harder it is for people to dismiss it as fake news or faked, because you can't fake things to that level of detail. So for me, it's about that depth and detail and precision in the journalism is what will make this what, as I understand it, to be a compelling story of private capture of public assets, essentially. And you need to be telling your audience in the Donbass, we're going to tell you how they're going to tell you how the money was stolen from you, how they stole stole your money. And then you just need to make it clear and completely details as to what happened. Even secret filming, things like that, if you can do that, if that's permissible.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I wanted to say that this is our main objective, and I hope that my 8 years experience working at the journalist on TV will help me in doing all that.
Too.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Polina. Thank you, Volodymyr, and thank you, Oleg. And I'd like to also thank our experts. See you soon. Now, we're supposed to have a short break. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, but we're going to have a 5-minute break instead. And see you back at 6:10 p.m. Kiev time. The next project is Symphony.
Start, you have 7 minutes. Okay, I will start. Hello, my name is Elena Rubashevska. I'm an author and a director of Symphony of Donbass 2021, and we are happy to present you an updated version of our project. Donbas Symphony 2021 is a series of documentary sketches about Eastern Ukraine, which kind of drops out of the context, and also a story about industrial heritage. It's a series of documentaries. Normally, Donbass is showed in a clearly politicized or a militarized context. Our job is to show real Donbass even in the context of decline. And we were to tell the story about Donbass poet Dziga Vertov. There are some trends to deny the Soviet past, but the Soviet past of Donbass is actually part of its history, which needs to be reinvented. So our project will be an antithesis to the Vertov's movie, and we wanted to tell the story of people who were just part of the Soviet machine. And Vertov consciously emphasized the role of technologies for the industrial era, and it forms Donbass image. It was an era of hard work, and all these cities, everything was formed and rotated around labor. After studying industrial sites, we found out what happens now on these sites, and then we wanted to go beyond these sites and
reinvent the other Donbas. But the main thing, to our opinion, in the Soviet version of Donbas Symphony, there was no way that the viewers could hear the real Donbas. After tracing down today's Donbas lifestyle, we will be able to make these people central heroes, discovering their dreams and telling about their vision of the future. We want to emphasize that due to speaking to the people, that's what we found out. I was born in Donbass and I spent my life to study its territory and different aspects of economy and social life. But it's very important to let the viewers understand that context. And our job was to tell the story in such a way so that the person who never been there would feel the same thing, the way I'm feeling towards my land. And we wanted to create a good structure of the story. And we found that structure in the ways of production that were traditional for Donbas. And the structure polemizes very well with Vertov's movie. The territory of Donbas could be divided into quarries, salt quarries, coal mines, and metallurgical plants. In the first series, we would like to select one side from the whole industry, creating a general picture of Donbas. After traveling in the area, we will find out what Symphony Donbass will create today. Among two sites for the pilot projects, we decided to select the Kailbo Way, the oldest Donbas mine and metallurgical plant in Mariupol, and other plants that are located around. The project will be developed in Ukraine's controlled territory with the potential to expand it to occupied territories, engaging locals, which is very important for us, historians, urbanists, and others. These will be the protagonists of our movie people who worked in Donbas. Thank you. Oh, you're done? Yeah, I will give the floor to Veronika, and she will tell you about how we did that. Veronika, please. You have 2 minutes at the most. Yeah, Donbas Symphony. It's a project that relates with the topics and the theme of the competition. There are sound problems. And also it's very important to show people emotions. An emotional part is one of the everyday Ukrainian values. I'm sorry that the connection is very bad, and unfortunately we cannot hear, and maybe Elena can present that. Okay, I will continue. Sure, the sound is very bad, sorry. We think that our project corresponds to PQA 3 goals because we want to create a creative product that reflects creativity and brings people together. Social message of our project is stopping the personalization of people who live in Eastern Ukraine and fix the values of personalities. We want to bring people's attention to alternative Donbass and teach other people about alternative Donbass that I know very well. Our project can be a start for social discussion on how we can bring into life something that was forgotten for the last years, especially after the war started. And we can think about how we can engage people from other parts, even from abroad, in order to join these post-industrial transformations. The audience of our project is most of all Ukrainians who live in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, Russian-speaking people from other post-Soviet republics, a young audience, cinema goers, students, young people. Our project will tell them about the history of our region. Also, older people who remember the old Donbas, they will be able to think how can they be engaged in this transformation in order to enter a post-industrial period with these changes. The distribution is planned for Dom channel with a pilot version, and also we confirmed demonstration of the project on a cinematography festival, OCO. We will also be distributing it among other festivals. It has a very good potential for a demonstration in museums, libraries, public spaces, where we can hold public discussions. I also wanted to tell you why it's very important for me personally. My dad still lives on uncontrolled territory in Donetsk, so this region is not just a memory from the childhood. It's a painful memory and dreams about the future that failed, but the dreams of thousands of Donbas inhabitants. And I think that the project can breathe some life into these dreams. Thank you, Olena. Thank you, Veronica, for a great presentation. And Adam, Peter, Paul, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I hadn't actually, it's the first time I've met you because I wasn't there for your first session. So I'm completely new to this. And I absolutely love the approach you're taking to the locals, your obvious passion about the area. And I think you framed it, the mission in a fantastic way. The only thing I didn't understand is what's going to be in the films. When you start talking about Vertov, I was like, it's going to be without sound. I mean, it's going to be without audio. It's just going to be video. It's an art project, or this is going to be following characters in a docusoap, or it's going to be a history. Can you just give me some sort of sense of what the storytelling is?
Yeah, as I said, the structure of our future project is types of production, and we want to travel to this site that were described by Vertov. And some of them are located on occupied territory. We can't do research, full-time research, but we want to start creating this cinematographic map of Donbass sites. Some of them are abandoned, some of them are still working, and we want to find people who worked there in Soviet times. We want to find out what they're doing right now and what is their reality today, and what younger people continue to do, how they interact with these production sites. Actually, the Vertov's movie is a wonderful movie, but its crazy rhythm reflects Soviet approach to personalities. We want our movie to be original. We want to show them the people, and we want to show the link between people and Donbass. So we will start with production, and we will move to personalities who work there. or who used to work there and now they work on different territory.
So my question, Elena, is so obviously since our doctoral session, how you've moved the project, which I really like, is that you've explained to me how you're going to be comparing and contrasting Vertov's original film depiction of these places with how they are now, and also it's your personal journey. I've got two questions. So I get the overall structure. First question, I get the overall structure. It's your journey through the different industries, which is a physical journey through the Donbass. What's going to happen at the more specific level when you get to this place? So say you get to a salt mine, what's going to happen? What are you going to do? What are we going to see? You can't just film this. Are you just, as Peter's saying, you're just going to film the salt mine and show it empty with music? Or are you going to meet people, interview people? Are you going to tell the story of how it got to being abandoned like this? What's actually going to happen at each step of the journey? And why is that going to keep me watching?
Головним завданням і, напевно, челенджем для мене...
Yeah, the main task and challenge for me and for our group would be finding the people who live in Donbas, but they continue creating something. And I will be a little bit emotional, but a lot of movies show Donbas as an abandoned place. A lot of people are drinking. I want to find people who find a way to create something new without destroying the old heritage. Who find a way to build something. So my job is to find these people. I already made a trip to Donbas. I already have an understanding who we can approach, but we need to talk to these people personally for a long time. You need to gain their trust so that you can show their life. And I want to show people their everyday life from these depressive locations, showing how they remain patriots without leaving that region, and they find possibilities to create something for themselves and future generations. I'm sorry, I did not introduce one of our experts. Josh Weinstock joined us. He's also expert in that project.
So can I ask a follow-up question, Elena? So is what's going to happen, you're going to get to this mine, yeah? You're going to get to this mine, and then you're going to meet somebody who is finding a new way of living in this place with all the problems it's faced, and it's going to be about that person and their vision of what the future can be, as well as remembering the past. So in a sense, it's the new, in the way that the original Symphony of Donbass celebrated the energy and industrialization, the 5-year plan and all that, this is going to celebrate a new form of regeneration and hope where you can find it. Is that kind of what's going to happen when you get to each place? So it'll be based around a character with a vision.
Так, саме так. Мені дуже хочеться показати цей взаємозв'язок.
Yeah, that's how it's going to happen. I want to show that link for Donbass people. It's very important to highlight that link with production sites. My grandpa started working as a worker, and then he became a master. He was a respected person, and it created his image. It influenced his self-respect, and that was the value. And I wanted to show that personal link in poetic context, working with people's personal archives, showing their pictures from their personal archive. So we wanted to discover personal histories in the context of these production sites.
Just so I'm clear, because I want to understand for myself now. So it's a presenter-led show. You're the presenter. We're following you. You're the main character.
На це питання я ще не готова насправді відповісти.
I'm not really ready to answer that question. I would like to try that role. And it's a personal challenge for me. It's a very emotional work. Yeah, I would like to do that.
Well,
and I also have some personal goals.
Isn't it? I mean, the way I would see it is you're not so much a presenter or a host, as they say in America. You're not that, but you're an author. So you're in the film, you're asking the questions, but you're not actually the person we're switching. You're a person who's from the Donbass with your own mission to find out how this place can be turned around.
Right.
So I would see it as an author documentary.
It's like a Werner
Is that right?
Film, and at the end you get eaten by a bear.
No,
right. But
it's that sort of. You understand the genre. That's the genre. It's like Werner Herzog going around trying to understand maybe some voiceover inside your head. I mean, I just don't quite.
Right, or maybe Michael Moore. I mean, it's that type of author. But I mean, the original Michael Moore film was about his hometown in Detroit and going on there. So I think it's a very and I think, quite frankly, from my point of view, your personal connection to it is very strong. And I would lean into that. I think it would lift this up in a way and make it much more appealing and engaging.
Так, я теж хотіла передати цю свою пристрасть до цього регіону.
That's what I wanted to show, my passion about that region. And also, I'm not really comfortable thinking about being as a host, but maybe there are some alternative approaches where I can be present and
I would say it's a light touch. I don't think you're doing pieces to camera. You're not talking to the camera for me, but you are meeting the people, and we see you meeting the people, and it's probably your voice on it saying, I wanted to find this out. So there's a continuum between having a full host and having no one at all except the people in the Donbass. And I think you're somewhere in the middle too. But if it's a host, it's a light touch. Or like a Nick Broomfield documentary or something like that.
I was going to say Nick Broomfield.
Yeah. Where he winds people up. So it's not quite that because he pisses them off.
Right.
But it's more that sort of thing.
Sorry for interrupting. We're really out of time. Just one last question or comment. Josh wants to add something. Yes, please.
Sorry, Josh.
Yeah, maybe you've covered this. I have a question more going off your documents that you guys provided. You referred a lot to the old film, the original film. Is this literally a reinterpretation of that in the sense that you are comparing the old film with the new film? Because the question I have about that is for a generation who might not be familiar with that film. How do you provide context to that? Like, will you be showing clips from that documentary with what you guys are providing?
Так, я б хотіла, щоб у фільмі були якісь вирізки, витримки з оригінального.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to show some excerpt from the original Donbas Symphony. But I would say that we kind of have a conversation with the original film. It's like a counter vision. We have other movies that actually shows Donbass as a depressed area. We want to go a different way. We want to focus on everyday life and how these production sites formed people's mindset and what happened now, almost 100 years after the original movie was made. So it's like a counter movie to that original movie.
Right. But so you will show to prove that to your audience, the difference between 100 years ago and now. So you will actually have footage from that documentary, correct?
Так. Я хочу, щоб були витримки з оригінальної стрічки.
Yeah, we do want to show the original excerpts.
Okay.
I think that it's very important to emphasize how the region changed and how its lifestyle changed. Colleagues, if you don't mind, we will wrap up because we're behind the schedule. So thank you, Elena. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you, experts. And I suggest to move on. We have a next project, which is called Following the Path of Success and Glory. The representative of the project, please join us. And I just want to ask our participants to speak more slowly because we have a simultaneous interpretation and we want to convey your message to experts.
Do not overlap your speech with each other because it's impossible to translate it properly, please. Just do it one by one. Thanks a lot. Отже, Олег Ігор, доброго дня, ми вас бачимо.
So, Oleg Igor, hello, we can see you. Can you just say a couple of words so that we can hear you? Hello? We can hear you. Sit a bit closer to the microphone. Hello, I'm Oleg Sherbina. Executive producer Stas Oknenko is near me. He's a director and author of the project. Yegor Malikin is a representative of Dom Channel, and he will join our team. Yeah, we can hear him. Hello? Yeah, we can hear you. You have 7 minutes, please. We want to present a series of TV films, especially for Dom Channel, and we are discussing different aspects with them. I think we had a very good and fruitful discussion with Paul and Peter. After that, we updated the structure of the project, and we changed the list of the heroes. We will tell you more about the movie in a while. Following the ways of success and glory. I was always interested in highlighting personality in art. We are selecting heroes, and who is selected by destiny, and why a lot of talented people, they are accepted outside their homeland. Why Larisa Kadishnikova, who was born in Russia, became a legend of Ukrainian movie, and Donetsk inhabitant Nona Mordikova was accepted as one of the greatest actresses of 20th century by Encyclopedia Britannica. How Ukrainian director became an Oscar nominant. And Casey Sisek won an Oscar, but the other singer became famous, Ivana Chabak, another famous Ukrainian. We will learn more about art people and also their stories. What price they paid for their glory and fame. This will be dramatic stories you never heard. And I will be your guide who will take you following the path of success and glory. See you soon.
I want
to tell you that for us it was very important that we select special personalities, people who became famous in Russia, Europe, and United States of America. And what is special about this project, they're from Ukraine, and these are people who didn't just fulfill their ambitions. These were personalities who always remembered where they're from. and what is their homeland and what is Ukraine for them personally. Because this is why this project is original. All 36 personalities that we selected, they are related to Ukraine. And also thanks to the suggestions from our experts, we expanded this framework because we wanted to focus only on people who became famous in Europe and America, but we were advised to include other people, people from Donetsk region and who became famous in Soviet Union, in Russia. So I think that will scale our project up. Also, there was a suggestion that the host or the narrator, which is me, will not be just a person who will try to lecture people, but instead I can be a person who's creating a dialogue with the audience, who shares his feelings and fears. And this is how contact and dialogue is born, which is very important for us. We also think that this project is special because despite infotainment, it's an educational project that inspires and gives people to understand, especially older people can remember what was back in the days, and also let younger people to open new pages in Ukrainian history. We wanted to tell them a history of a 21st century Ukraine. Every history of these personalities related to the history of Ukraine, even when the heroes decided to leave their country. It's an inspiring project. It's a project that opens dialogue because we think that the art can be a tool that can bring people together and realize who we are and be able to listen to each other. Now we are ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Paul, Josh.
Peter, Paul, Josh.
Please jump in with your questions and comments.
Guys, I'll let you go first since.
Go on, Josh, you go first. Your turn.
What?
It's your turn. You go
okay,
first.
My turn. All right. So I think this has like a lot of potential. My question is, obviously some of your subjects are dead. And then some are alive. So how do you balance the tone of that, right? Are some episodes going to be interviews, and then are some going to just be all archival? Yes. And then second, those who are alive, how do you plan on interviewing them, especially with COVID, if they're international? Because I'm guessing you're probably not going to be traveling to see them. Is this going to be sort of done through Zoom?
Yes, it's absolutely це дуже слушне запитання.
Yeah, it's actually a good question. And we thought about it because it's a very big project for Ukraine, and we've been doing that for a couple of years. I wrote a book. We also did a small documentary. We had a possibility to travel to Hollywood, USA, and meet people, do interviews with people who can help us in that production, with people who work in Hollywood now. As for people who are dead, of course, we will be using diaries, memories, archive videos, photographs. Sure.
Right. Like to follow up, so like if somebody is in the United States right now that you want to interview,
you already got some interview like Ivana Chabak, like and people. Yes. But not all of them. But we choose people with about про кого ми хочемо розповідати, і ми знаємо баланс.
We chose people we wanted to talk to. We know the balance. It's a 30-minute program. It's too little and it's too much at the same time. And all these stories are written down. And with the help of our experts, we used the story of hooks that will do a transition from a series, from episode to episode. Even about famous people, we will tell a regional stories that people never heard before.
Right. Yeah, that, which is good. I just again, just something to think about, because COVID might not go away for another year. You know, there still might be travel restrictions. So I'm just thinking in terms of production operation, and if there are people you want to interview who are in, whether it's in the UK or the United States, since you're the host, how do you plan on interviewing those subject matters if you physically can't be there?
First of all, we got part of interviews already in our archive with people whom we want to be in our в этом телецикле. And також використовувати матеріали, які...
And also we want to use material that is independent from people. We try to avoid some Hollywood stars. We cannot do that right now. As for the people we want to talk to, we have contacts and we already have some agreements with them. And I will add from my side, if I may.
Снимать интервью, допустим, по Zoom, чтобы оно смотрелось целостно и гармонично.
We wanted to make the interview look good instead of just Zoom footage. Our TV channel, we have correspondents around the world and in Ukraine, and we can help them with these interviews. We can use these correspondents, these journalists, for interviews. If people are abroad, we can use our colleagues and friends and our staff to video these interviews instead of traveling.
I suppose what you can do is, actually I did it because of COVID last year with interviews in America where I was on a laptop talking to somebody in America over Zoom next to a camera.
It's possible.
It's fine, actually. We're doing it now. I'm sorry, Josh, if you finished, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
That in a sense, through the stories of these successful creative people, you can also tell the story of Ukraine. I really liked what you said. That stories linked together, they will intersect with each other, and you will tell simultaneously what is happening in Ukraine. Which I think is important, because not everyone is interested in the cinema history, especially of the 20s and the 30s, as it is in your case. So, how do you think you will tell the narrative about each of the characters? You see how they achieved what they achieved. Where are they from? What was the happy end or not? How will you structure this narrative at all? How will it work with the people who are alive? I think that very important thing is that we've chosen the people who achieved great success. They are famous not only in Ukraine, but in Europe as well, and in the world too. They have achieved lots of achievements, and we are speaking about them, about their life way in the historical context, about how this success and glory is achieved, what's the price of that, and what those people were really dreaming of, because the fate is choosing not everyone, not always the most talented. That is why those people are connected by these other side of the coin of glory, because each story is dramatic, it is incredible. About each of other personalities can be the book done, or a TV show, or the feature film can be done. The price of success, and also the price of, maybe not even the price, but the story of connection with your motherland, where you are from, who you are, and how, under those circumstances, achieving success, which role is playing, who you are, what's your originality, and so on. And the national belonging. That helps me a lot. That helps me a lot. Now I get it, because of I'm sitting at Donbas, for instance. I'm not just wanting to hear about the people with interesting stories. I'd like to hear how they achieved that. That's what's nice. So we wanted to show that today it is possible if the person has some dream. With this project we'd like to inspire the younger generation, the hope, not only creative but social, to have their own opinion, to be active. And those examples of ours need to inspire them for action. This is our main aim. So, dear colleagues, 15 minutes are up. If you've got any other questions or remarks, maybe one more last question, or that's it. Peter? I'm good. I think I'm a lot clear about what this project is now. I'm satisfied. Well, that was the last document that I read, which had the interviews with the coach, the drama coach, and now I understand everything. Thank you for your help last time. Yes, thank you so much. All of your recommendations were really useful for us, and we were already speaking and negotiating with the TV channel about that, because it will be the product for this channel. And they already coordinated everything. So then, good luck to you. Thank you so much for the presentation. We are not saying goodbye to you. We're moving on. The next project has the name Alchevsky, so I invite the participants, the representatives of the project, Natalia Yakovleva, Taras Drony, and Tatiana Yakushina. Okay, I turned on the sound and the video, but I can see only one expert, Josh. I don't see anybody else. We are trying to add your colleagues. Good day. We have Taras with us. Hello. Just a moment. And we should also have Tatiana with us. Yes, Tatiana. Hello, do you hear me? Good day. Hello, Tatiana, we hear you, but we don't see you. Tatiana is showing the presentation, so she's somewhere there. Okay, let us begin. I do remind you, you've got 7 minutes. The time is ticking. Hello, we are the creative crew of the project of Alchevsky, which is, thanks to our doctoring session, is now named Alchevsky's Mystery. So, you know, I will tell you instantly not to forget. Doctoring was very important for us because it allowed us even not just to use the recommendations, but to look at our history from a different perspective, and through the advice of Victor, to look at the history of life of Alchevsky, of his establishment of Donbas region, to see the mysteries. And later we saw so many new secrets and mysteries which we will investigate as well and show them that in fact it really made everything upside down in our project. It has become even deeper and more interesting and expanded our audience even more. So, Alchevsky is the historical drama with 2 seasons, 8 episodes in the first one, and I'd like to tell you why we selected this character and why we chose such a topic as Donbas hero, which was not highlighted enough so far in our media in such a positive understanding, because everybody is speaking about Donetsk, Donbas now, in the context of the war, betrayal, some negative moments, which are also can be found there, but we have lots of worthy people, the representatives of this region, real sons of their motherland, and one of them was, and this region began with such a person as Alexei Alchevsky, who used to be a financial genius. He created the financial industrial empire. All of the factories of Donetsk region and mines were done thanks to him. And they are working still, and they made Donbass a pearl of industry in Soviet Union and Ukraine later. So it was a unique person, in spite of him being the subordinate of Russian Empire. He is the subject, and he was born at Slobozhansk region that used to be Kharkiv part. He was one of the inspirers of the Ukrainian nation, Ukrainian cultural community, which had the center in Kiev, but he is from the east of Ukraine, and he impacted cultural processes really a lot, and he funded not only the industry but culture of Ukraine. He was a powerful sponsor, and we'd like to tell a story of success, a success case of the businessman, of such a powerful character of a man who is an archetype of a Donetsk inhabitant, a real one. We know such people who were not putting up with the circumstances. They did not betray, they did not sell themselves. So we'd like to speak more about such people with the origin from Donbass. The inhabitants of Donbass should happily identify themselves with such a character who founded something powerful which we can't even show in one season. It's a person who changed the world around him. We can speak a lot about him, but I'd like Taras to tell more, in more details, about the plot, how we create the narrative. Hello, dear colleagues. Yes, Natalia was a bit too long. Let me be very short. So, going on with Natalia's words, we are beginning our TV show with the end. This is the moment when at Warsaw Railway in St. Petersburg they found the body of a person who seemed to commit suicide, and even he had the note, and they recognize Alexei Alchevsky in this body. So in the beginning of the show we begin with his death, in fact. So it becomes very interesting. There is a very complicated question how the person who used to be, as Natalia said, a millionaire with the factories, he was the first in the Russian Empire to create the mortgage bank, joint stock one, and he was a family guy with 6 children, a wife. So the sponsor, how could he commit suicide? So we were provoked by this question. We decided to get it up. The investigation in real history was over very quickly. The official story was suicide, but he was officially buried at the cemetery. That's why we invented a character of Mykola Yanovsky. That's a young investigator who begins to investigate the story. He instantly understands that this is the matter of honor for him, because his father was acquainted with Alchevsky. Moreover, he's in love with the younger daughter of Alchevsky, so it's an honor principle for him to find who's to blame for what's really happened. When we began the research of this topic, we found lots of hooks, I would say, or proofs that we can suspect different people. And in each next episode, we have a horizontal line. We're searching a new antagonist. We're searching for a new person who could be involved in that, who could be accused. Maybe the wife had the reasons to kill her husband, his elder son who had his business, and the employees could be his competitors or his partners. So in each new episode, we take some realistic cases and situations, trying to show the reason to find it. And up till the end of the first season, we understand that all of the traces lead to the highest authorities of Russian Empire, that they are involved in that, and this was a kind of a commissioned work to kill him. So through the love line, love plot, through the investigation, we keep the tension. So this film is historical, but we still would like to make the most contemporary ways to develop the dynamic story. So through this investigation, we'd like to show the character of this protagonist, how he was, what he was, how he was thinking, because he's really one of the brightest representatives of Donbass, and the uniqueness of his is that 120 years have passed without a word about him. It was a bit deeper, so when we had to dig it up, we wanted, thanks to this TV show of history, to show this story that Donbass, even 120 years ago, was in Russian Empire, but patriotic moods of Alexei Alchevsky were at the very high level, the level of sponsorship, investments, development, and faith into the development of the state. That's it in the nutshell. Natalia? I would like to say that such an task, well, you heard our mission. We would like to identify the self-identification of Donbass population with such characters, and we would like to achieve identification of the world, for the world to get to know about such Donetsk inhabitants, for the world to get to know that Donbass has been created not from the Soviet Union. All this industry, all of this scale was created in the 19th century, and it was done by John Hughes, if you know about that, and Alchevsky. Those are the two people who believed in those steps and nothing more. They believed into those resources, lands, and began to develop them. So at the moment it looked as a very risky affair, as well as the banking sphere, the whole system and his businesses. But This was the person who was so self-confident, he was very stubborn, and he was a high-level visionary because he could see the development of the whole area, his small motherland. So he showed the example of real patriotism, how the person who considers himself to be from Donetsk a patriot, how he needs to think. If we look at his story of life, we will show the moral values which unfortunately were lost for lots of people. Lots of people didn't know their history in such a deep way. So we consider that it can attract the topic of self-identification and acknowledgement among the spectators, first of all, of that region, and understanding of the peculiarities of the region by the surrounding people, because we don't know that region that much, and we are also thinking stereotypically about these spots. I do apologize, you're out, you already spoke for 2 minutes more than you should. Okay, let's come to the Q&A. Well, the audience, you see it, we are supported by the channel of Dom, Russian language content, the women's audience 40+, men's audience 30+, the story of success of the businessman. We can speak a lot. Let's listen to the questions. Okay, the experts in this project are Viktor Piątkowski, hello Viktor, and Josh Weinstock. Hi, hello. Hello everybody. I will tell you again that we are so grateful for the doctoring. You see, we have so many words, but we don't have enough time to speak and to tell everything what we would like. Please, 5 minutes for Q&A. Thank you. Okay. Then I would like to say how impressed I am with your pitch. You were working a lot, and in fact you improved all the components which we were speaking about. I love the new name, I love that the antagonist is there, and you have a very precise, understood message, that you have a very well-defined target audience. Everything has improved in comparison with our first meeting. I don't know, Josh, maybe you'd like to begin, because you don't know this project. You just began to praise yourselves, right? Well, yes, there are lots of my questions will be based upon the documents which you shared. Could you please, as far as I understood the horizontal story, but could you please tell me a bit about the vertical stories? In each of the episodes, could you please explain in more details when you said that in each of the episodes there will be every antagonist? So my question is the following. What's at stake for the protagonist, for the main character? Could I add for a second, our imaginary, invented character has not only a matter of honor, the investigation, the professional ambition, but also he has love. So he's in between the two evils, because he can't help investigating this story, because his personal and professional lives are intersected in one point. So this point is to get to know who killed Alchevsky. Taras? The protagonist, a very nice question, thank you. So the protagonist is moved by different components of the character of Alchevsky, how he was in the relations with his wife, in the family. If she's the first suspect, it seems that she had some reasons to kill him. Then, for instance, his son, he's interacting with his children, how he created his family. Then in the next episode there are certain suspicions that his employees just set him up to kill him. So we can see the part of his character, how he interacted with his employees, because he used to have hundreds of employees. He had factories, whether they were satisfied or dissatisfied. So in the end, this is not just a positive character, he has some negative traits of character as well. He was not perfect himself. So every time in each episode, the part of the character of protagonist is shown, and we deepen the character of the protagonist as well. When we see his competitors, the money, we would like to get his attitude, and then we come closer to his attitude towards the Russian Empire, whether he was believing in that and whether he relied upon the assistance and helped, but refused to have some investments from the West. He came to St. Petersburg to make a deal to launch his business thanks to Russian investments. So every time the protagonist is the part of the character of this main character. Yes, one thing maybe to think about. He is beginning to deepen into the investigation, and he begins to get to know about some points. For instance, that there are certain people who are still alive, and we see how the situation is becoming more and more dramatic. So we understand that the situation is becoming more dangerous for him. So you connect all of the episodes all together, so they are interconnected with each other. There is a connection between each of the episodes, and there is the arc which covers the whole season, so your detective is becoming deeper and deeper in what really took place. That's what I wanted to say. And speaking about the investigation, speaking about the character, will there be any flashbacks, something from the past about who he used to be, or everything will be shown from the archives, newspapers, some materials from there? Yes, it's also a very relevant question. We will search for that. There will be certain flashbacks, but they won't be in some explanations. We're searching for the ways to them to be organically involved, for the viewer to be brought in the past, and it would add something to the story, not just to explain something in the flashback. It's very important for me for those flashbacks to be as organic as possible, for them to be in the series. Maybe we will shoot that in a different way, but it should be organic, and we won't use not that many of them. Not more than 30% will be the flashbacks, just to concentrate, to focus, to take the essence of his character. Dear colleagues, you're out of time already. One more question. I would like to add to what Josh said and to come back to his first question. I have the feeling that the detective is in fact our protagonist, and he is doing the investigation of this case. So I like the character of Alchevsky so much that it seems to me that the protagonist may be a bit... We wouldn't like him to be in the shadow of this outstanding Alchevsky. We would like our detective to be an interesting character as well. You know, who would have some motivation, who has something at stake. So this is one more thing which needs to be polished a bit more. For him to be an outstanding and interesting character himself, this is my final recommendation. Well, for that we have the love line, the love plot of our character, because he used to be connected with Alchevsky through his father. He has lots of interesting human motives, thanks to which he does not stop when he sees such a complicated investigation and somebody is constantly interfering and creating some obstacles for him. We are ready for that. I totally agree with Victor. It is very important. It's nice that you're speaking about that. I would also like to add that it's not that easy to explain that in details now, but we will strive for the protagonist, for our detective, searching for the answers for his questions, how to behave with this lady, but he cannot, in fact, he's trying to search for the answers for his questions, studying the biography of Alchevsky, how he would act and treat this situation, and it will just emphasize and fill up our protagonist with more power and more persuasion, and he will be a kind of searching for the polar star, for the northern star, which will give us an opportunity to have lots of what is happening now, not in some flashbacks. So we would like to have it interesting now, though Alchevsky is not alive, but still it will be interesting. Natalia, Taras, thank you. Let us finalize. We haven't mentioned a lot. Yes, thank you, Josh. Thank you, Victor. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Bye. We're moving on. As of today, our final project, My Terribly Precious Neighbors. So I invite the representatives of the project, Evgenia and Sergei, please join us. Good day. Hello. We can see your presentation. As for now, we don't see you. Hello. Okay, Evgenia, we see you. Perfect. And me? Oh, Sergei, and we see you, and we hear you. Please, you've got 7 minutes. Please stick to the timing. Let's begin.
A group of young people from different regions of Ukraine and with very different backgrounds. But a star, or let's say a protagonist, is also the apartment near Krещатик in Kiev downtown. The apartment belongs to our main hero Ivana, who lost her job and needs money, and therefore she subrents the apartment. In the show, we have a microcosm of Ukraine. We have heroes from the West living under the same roof with Russian-speaking Ukrainians. It's a clash of culture, really, starting with language to political views and role models. The political situation in Ukraine develops rapidly, and even now, with Russian troops gathering near our border. We will tackle the situation highly multidimensional and show the conflicts in our characters. But surely we are Ukrainians, and this will be a patriotic show. We plan to produce a format which our young target group usually would consume. So this show is also about love, sex, shopping, fulfilling personal dreams, and most of all, leaving a mark and finding a home in this world. Sergei?
Hello, dear jury and audience. So I will rapidly speak about the visual style of our project. So first, it's bright colors that is usually connected to comedy or sitcoms, vivid, oversaturated a bit. We will use flashbacks, and for flashbacks we will use green style images with aspect ratio 4:3. Very important part is outfit, makeup, and art direction of the show, because we want to show the modern capital city as a unique youth now used to live there. And of course, story is a king, so we will serve all departments, will serve the story, whatever it is. And now let's deep inside the characters. So our main character is Ivana, and so she and her sister inherited the apartment from their granny 2 years ago. But since Ivana recently lost her job as a journalist because of her anti-corruptional position, and due to the fact that she's a shopaholic, and she agreed to sell her apartment. Since childhood, Ivana wants to buy a Gucci handbag, so this is why she decides to find sub-rentals for her 2 rooms that left. Anya and Pavlo are a couple from Western Ukraine, super vegan and Catholic. Pavlo wish 100 Ukrainians speaking Ukrainian language, and he is rude anti-gay. But lately, It's a short spoiler. He will do a coming out with a Leonid, DJ Leon from Odessa. He's openly gay, comes to Kiev to chase his dream and working hard during the night. That's why he's able to agree to share the room with Artyom, Ivana's cousin from Donetsk, that unexpectedly appears. He secretly falls in love with Artyom, with Anya. That was previously with Pavlo. Artyom working as a taxi driver, he meets Sergey, his classmate, and asks him help with Anya to be a second pilot, if you know what I mean. Sergey falls in love with Ivana and stays to live with them, sharing the room with Artyom and Leon. Other characters is sister of Ivana and Zoe Albertievna, the shark of real estate agents. Every episode she tries to sell apartment to real Ukrainian celebrities, but Ivana with friends invent excuses to deny the proposal because each of them still have a goal to achieve. Zhenya, please continue.
Well, speaking a little bit more about the wrapping. For instance, we have Ivana, our main character, who is a journalist and blogger. So as soon as we start with this project, we will open an Instagram account for the character, and Ivana will blog about her life and perspective on a regular basis parallel to the production. Some of those Instagram stories will be a layer in the show, and layer will function as a voiceover, and we understand her feelings, circumstances, and so on, like Carrie Bradshaw in Sex and the City, for instance. At the same time, the Instagram account will be a way to connect with the audience and build a network and awareness about the topics in the show. At the later point, we could even imagine to include the audience in the development of the story, but then we are talking about season 2. So let's talk about the message of the show. For all the females in this round, I'm happy to say that we do not condemn the purchase of Gucci handbags. So I believe the core message of the show is that we can live under the same roof here in Ukraine, even if we are different and even we speak different languages. I can speak for myself. I like someone from Eastern Ukraine. I love the Ukrainian language, but I also love my mother tongue, which is Russian. Still, I understand that the Kremlin uses the Russian language to manipulate Ukrainians. And this is something we cannot allow. And this is why we want to make this show. My Terribly Precious Neighbors is very much about tolerance. And we show in our series how tolerance works, because you cannot say, okay, let's be tolerant from now on. No, our characters are not tolerant in the beginning, but then due to personal relations and experiences, they find interest in the other and go deeper. Where is this person from? What circumstances formed her? Why does he or she think like this? So this show aims at giving the audience guidance, step by step and episode by episode, how tolerance works.
Okay, Zhenya, let's be more tolerant with our jury and audience. Let's go more time with questions. Let's go to distribution.
Okay, Sergey. I want not only tolerance between us, but also our dear experts are tolerant to us. So here you can see our target audience. By choosing national and regional TV channels as the main instrument of broadcasting, we aim at audience in different regions of Ukraine with a special focus on Russian-speaking Ukrainians. Once we have achieved the production of the pilot and the full development of the first series, we will also get in touch with international streamers who are working in Eastern Europe. I'm working with my German husband in our production company in Germany, and we are producing 4 shows right now for international streamers like Netflix Original, Amazon Prime, TV Now. And I would love to take my experience to Ukraine and make this show as big as possible. So last but not least, I think you desperately want to know where the premiere of the pilot episode will be. There is a great film festival called Kharkiv Midog's Eastern Ukrainian Film Festival in the beautiful city of Kharkiv. which is my hometown, and I founded this big festival with my partner Victoria, who is also my partner in the production department of this show. We will make this a great premiere and invite potential partners, buyers, and we will be happy if you can make it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Evgenia. Thank you so much, Sergey. And now we can really move on to the Q&A.
Victor, please join us for the Q&A.
I'm here.
Great.
Yeah, I'm here. So thank you, guys. I really like the pitch. I love the improvements, everything. Maybe I'll have one question, because I know we touched this subject when we discussed, and it was like one of the questions that we had at the very end of the session. Like, maybe it's a question about the structure, because on one hand, you called the show a sitcom, and on the other hand, you mentioned the character development. And I remember when we talked, you even discussed the possibilities of maybe bringing new characters, maybe next season, or, you know, like getting rid of some characters. Or so what about the structure? How do you see your structure in terms of, I don't know, from a very traditional sitcom, like with no development of characters, to you know, like a modern comedy series with like significant development. Where is your show on this dimension?
So I talked to Ate so much. I gave my mic to Sergey now, and he will he will tell you about this.
Thank you, Victor. It's very nice question, because we already hear it the second time, so we know the answer. Yeah, we decide that it will be not classical all-time sitcom that that happens all the time in one place, and the characters not changing, and the comedy comes from just only from situation, but it will be a modern way, because we are young people. We want to do further and do something new and updates. So we want to our characters developing. So that's why our structure will be that episode by episode we will reveal a new character, and they will develop. First of all, because we have a it's kind of political show that on the basement is tolerance with idea that people should understand something. So our main character in the very end of each episode will do like a, not coming out, but we'll do some kind of
decision.
Decision. Today I understood a lot, and do visit an Instagram blog, and step by step all characters will be will developing, and yeah, we decide like this.
So in the possible season 2, you consider bringing new characters to the apartment instead of some of the old ones, right? Or you want to stick to this set of characters?
Well, some of them will stay, yeah, because we have main character as Ivana, who is our main hero, who will follow this Instagram account, who will make some status in Instagram, and make this conversation with her audience, and maybe there we will find the new stories or new inspirations for our second season, because we have some small how to say, приемы.
Tricks. Tools, some small
tools to bring our first season into a second season. So we made already decisions, how it happens. But speaking about season 2, it wouldn't be as same cast or same stories, but some of them will stay because it's like a skeleton of the story.
Thank you.
Somebody goes, somebody comes. Well, let's describe it like this.
Yeah, I thought the presentation was really well done. I really liked how you're already thinking about sort of multi-platform with Instagram and stuff like that. It's really smart. Just to kind of like piggyback Victor's question, just in terms of like the format and the structure, how much of the show, because I know you also mentioned flashback, how much of the show is taking place like in the interior of this apartment building? Is it sort of like Friends in the sense that most of the show is in the apartment, or are we going outside and sort of following the characters do different things?
Like mixed format, like we already mentioned, it will be also mixed our locations. It's not only in apartment, but apartment, it's a main location. It's a main, it's one of the characters. It's one of heroes because it should be like a small microcosm of Ukraine. Yeah, it's a small world, which clash of culture really. And second location, as we thought it would be, is very funny taxi situations with our one of the main heroes, Artyom, who is 2 meters tall, and he is just so big he can sit in taxi normal with his passengers, and it's also very funny situation with also like this taxi 19 virus where Artyom speaks endlessly, and but also coming with passengers into the discussions. But also sometimes we see this cafe of Doma at home, where Ivana drinks every day her coffee and come into the conversation with Anya and Pavlo. But every day, every evening, they get together in the apartment, and the apartment is the home.
I had a very brief question, and I know we're very short on time. If I understand, firstly, great presentation. I laughed a lot, actually, especially about the vegan Catholics. I was going to ask, so obviously, you know, the message is, you know, how we can all live together in one Ukraine from different parts, which is great. I get that. The risk with that is actually that one reaffirms stereotypes and ends up, even as one jokes with them, one ends up actually still working in them. And I wondered to what extent you've thought about that. I mean, you know, should we even be doing, even by operating the Westerner, the Easterner, that's already actually reaffirming those stereotypes in a way. So I wonder to what extent you've thought about that problem.
So yes, we will try to diverse every stereotype we have, but of course it will be some stereotypes which are like they are here and they can't be resolved. So like it's just like it is. We should accept it. Some of this situation could come, but actually we can, with humor, with sense of humor, with modern technique and modern issues, we can try to maybe Sergey, you can help me to my thoughts.
Sure. So of course, I will just continue, Zhenya. Of course, we will use stereotypes as a source of jokes. It's like it's lies on the table that we need to use it when the people first meet each other in the apartment, and it's normal for human being, at least like a postgraduate student of psychology, that stereotypes is it's making our brain is easier to understand the realities that we have. So of course, when people come to the new apartment and they see the person from Western Ukrainian, that they already have the stereotypes that what he will do and how he'll do. And there is and from the opposite sides. And from this becomes a bunch of jokes that we can do with a very careful intellectual humor without touching super much nerves, because we understand that it's jokes. But as we told before, we want our characters developing, and we want developing our like a humor of the show during the season. And in the end, everyone will understand that these stereotypes that was in the beginning, that was jokes that are not relevant, or at least not relevant to everyone in the country.
Колеги, я думаю, що час завершити.
Alex, I believe that it is the time to wind up.
I can only thank Victor for your script doctoring, because we came much further, and it helped us to understand which kind of sitcom, which form we want to create. Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure to work with you guys.
Same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Дякуємо, Сергій.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Serhii. Thank you, Yevgenia. Then I say goodbye to you for now. Bye, Katerina. Have a nice day, a nice evening. Thank you. Now, I suggest we wind up for the day. This was the final pitch for the day, and I even feel slightly sad now. I would like to express the gratitude to the creative teams of the 9 pitches that were presented within Russian language content, reconnecting across the divide. And it was happening thanks to the support of UCBI by USAID. I'd like to thank our experts, Peter Pomerantsev, Paul Copeland, Adam Siegel, Josh Weinstock, and Viktor Biantkovsky
for today's involvement into our final round. Hope to see you next time, next year. Також, звичайно, загалом дякую.
Also, in general, I'd like to thank all today's attendees who participated, pitched, and simply were supporting and cheering for their colleagues. I'd like to also thank DC and UCBI for active participation, supporting your projects, your finalists. I would like to also remind you that yesterday and today, everything was recorded, which can be found on YouTube and the website of our project. And of course, everybody wonders, when will we announce the winner? That will happen on April 29 in a week. Thank you so much. Again, the project is implemented thanks to Transformation Communications activity. And of course, a huge gratitude goes to the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine for assisting us in implementing this wonderful project. Thank you all so much. Keep in touch. Please follow our updates. The list of the winners will be available on the website of PitchUA.